This is land, that ain't just speculation. Something we do with kinky.
Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack.
Honk, 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 honk. Where's your money?
That would be weird.
Ha, 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 ha. Ha, 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 ha. Let's see. I eat bars of soap for breakfast. I love bars of soap. After midnight, things get weird.
Quack, quack. Oh no. Oh no.
Let it go. Let it go. Cock.
I like that one. Quack, 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 quack. Come on, ducks.
All right, guys, here we go. Out of the gate, this is land speculation on YouTube. You're going to have to let me know how the audio is tonight. Hopefully it's working out all right. But let me know. Holly, we are streaming before midnight tonight because, I don't know, I'm not sure how long this is going to take, but this could be a longer stream because we got a lot to get through here tonight. This is the one we've been advertising. We're going to do tonight the Dictators, Serial Killers, Terrorists, and More Most Evil Person Who Has Ever Lived bracket. So we'll dig into that here in just a second. But thank you guys for joining us. This is going to be a participatory stream, so get your little clickers ready. We're going to do some polls here today. Rainmaker, you got the gold tonight. Congratulations. Jeanette, you got the silver. Quiet Castle, you got the bronze. Big Dog just off the medal stand. The Swiller just off the medal stand. Yes, you are. You're slightly late, but we're also slightly early tonight. GH is here as well. Donna is here. Super Nintendo Zach. Let's see who else. We have... Who else? Holly is here. Hey, Holly. Been a while. Salty is with us tonight. Welcome, Salty. Maverick. Scott, welcome. So... Anyway, guys, it's good to have all of you with us here out of the gate. As always, as we get started, we certainly do appreciate if anybody feels so inclined to drop a preemptive like on the video. I always do appreciate those. If anybody's not subscribed to our channel, please get subscribed to our channel. Check our description, as always, for links to our Discord and our Duck Fund. Lava Java, welcome. Tiberius CX, welcome, and anybody else who is lurking out there among the legions of fans out there on the internet. Welcome, guys, and thank you for finding us a little bit early here tonight. Greg Wright, welcome. So, I don't know, guys, not a whole lot of new news to report on today. So, we're not going to do a whole lot of news. We did sort of a newsy stream last night. We might do a little more news tomorrow night. But we thought this would be an interesting interlude to tackle this topic, which is one that actually I've gotten a lot of communication about. So tonight we are going to do this bracket degreen. We are going to go through a lot of very bad people. So I don't want to say this is going to be fun, because a lot of these stories are absolutely horrific, and you might find yourself getting sick to your stomach on some of them. But nevertheless, it is certainly interesting. This is going to cross kind of all eras of history, and I don't know, it's going to be pretty extensive. Holly, yeah, I saw Tony Dow passed away today. We did a bit of a dive into Tony Dow and Leave It to Beaver last night, so if you missed last night's stream, definitely check that out. So, rest in peace for, I guess, him. But we have some other things. Well, we got a lot of interesting things, I guess, here to tackle tonight. So, yes, Rainmaker Wally died. Yeah, we did a little 5 or 10 minutes on that last night. So, yeah, I'm a big Leave It to Beaver fan myself. So, today we're going to do who is the worst person who ever lived as a bracket. Lava Java, excited about this one. Maverick Scott wants to see John McCain. So if you didn't get your picks in ahead of time, we tried to take as many of the suggestions as we possibly could ahead of time and get them into the bracket. I'm not sure I totally agree with all of them, but I would say most of the suggestions we got are in the bracket. Obviously, there's a limit to the size of the bracket, so we can't include everybody. But we're going to go through a whole bunch of different names here for who may come out on top as the worst person who ever lived. Now, before we get started, just a couple of items of background here on this bracket. We're going to see how far we get tonight. We hope we can get through all of it. If we can't, I guess we'll try to get as far as we can tonight and then pick it back up. This bracket is an interesting bracket. It is comprised of dictators, serial killers, terrorists, sexual predators, scam artists, war criminals, and otherwise just terrible people who have lived across all eras of history. Now, this is going to include, well, it's going to include a lot of people. For the most part, we're going to stick by the rule that we've mostly excluded people who were just theorists. There are a lot of ideas across history that have led to a lot of death. For the most part, one of the rules of this bracket is going to be, in order to be in the bracket, you had to have actually committed the evil yourself. You can't just have had evil ideas. You have to have actually done evil yourself. So there's maybe one or two exceptions to that, people whose ideas have been sort of so provocatively impactful around the world in a negative way that we had to include them. But for the most part, this is going to be people who actually did evil things. And the objective in this bracket is going to be that the people who advance each round are going to be whoever you think was worse. So where you're not trying to pick who was better, you're going to try to pick who was worse, who was more evil, more terrible, etc. Some of the different criteria you can potentially use to think about this. There's no sort of main set of criteria in terms of what might contribute to why you would vote for a particular person. But among the criteria you might think about things like body count. How many people, if they were somebody that killed people, how many people did they kill? Obviously, unfortunately, we're going to have to deal with a lot of people tonight who had a lot of deaths to their name. And, that's a terrible thing, obviously, but that might be a factor you consider. Level of evil inflicted. So, how powerful were they? How bad was their reign if they were somebody that sort of had broad evil influence on the world? How gruesome were they? Some of these people have really, really, really sort of disgusting stories to them. How malicious were they? How, sort of just nasty were they? I mean, some people, I guess, they were all pretty bad, but some seem just, meaner and more ruthless than others. So there might be other things you want to think about, but the objective here is we're trying to figure out who is the worst person who ever lived. Whoever wins this bracket actually loses, says Bequevius. Yes, that is correct. So you guys get the general idea. You see some names already getting thrown out here. Holly's saying Adam Lanza. John Curtis is saying Fauci. True Greenbeard saying Mao. There are a lot of names that actually are on this list that we're going to deal with here. Maverick Scott. Yes, we do know about John McCain. John McCain is unfortunately not in this bracket if he was somebody you were looking for in this bracket. So, you know, we have free speech. Yeah, I mean, we share whatever ideas you want in here as long as they are basically respectful of other people. We do have mods here tonight, and we're glad our mods are with us here tonight, and they will try to make sure that things stay generally, productive and on point. So before we get into the bracket, I just want to share with you the list of names of people that are going to be included in the bracket here tonight. We'll run through them real quick right now, and then as we go through some of these matchups, we'll actually give you a little bit more detail about these individuals in case there are people you don't know about along the way. So these are the people that are going to be included in this bracket tonight. And once again, if you are just joining us here tonight, this is Land Speculation on YouTube. We are getting started with the most evil people who have ever lived bracket. If you are just joining us, we certainly do appreciate the likes and the subscribes on the video. We have more people watching right now than we have likes, so please don't be shy about dropping a preemptive like. Make sure you're subscribed to our channel if you're not. We come on pretty much every night of the week, at least weeknights, and do different topics, news dives, things like that. But tonight we're doing a bracket. And then check the description for links to our Discord and our Duck Fund. The full list of people who are included are on our Discord. Please feel free to join that and contribute to our Duck Fund, which is also linked in the description. That is our PayPal link. So just to do a quick run through of some of the people that we're going to include in this bracket here. On the list is certainly going to be Hitler. Hitler, obviously a quite famous evil person of the 20th century. So Hitler, very much on the list. Stalin is definitely on the list, speaking of 20th century dictators. Mao, most definitely on the list. Pol Pot, most definitely on the list. Kim Il-sung, basically the founder of the current regime in North Korea, is going to be on the list. Mussolini, most definitely on the list. Hirohito, on the list. Fidel Castro, Saddam Hussein. Muammar Gaddafi, on the list. Vladimir Putin, definitely on the list. Idi Amin is on the list. Hideki Tojo, on the list. The Ayatollah Khomeini, the original one. Kim Jong-un, currently of North Korea. Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia, on the list. Sani al-Baka, on the list. Genghis Khan, we said we were going to include some historical figures as well. Genghis Khan, Leopold II, and for any of you who don't know, again, we're going to do a pretty detailed description of each one as we get into these, so don't fear if you don't currently know who these are. Nero, most definitely on the list. Timur, on the list. Vlad the Impaler. Caligula. Ivan the Terrible. Attila the Hun. Robespierre. Julius Caesar. Napoleon. Jeffrey Dahmer, getting into the serial killers here. Jeffrey Dahmer. John Wayne Gacy, I saw come up in the chat. H.H. Holmes. Jack the Ripper. Elizabeth Bathory, really interesting one. Ted Bundy. Gary Ridgway. Dennis Rader, BTK. Albert Fish. Ed Gein. Jeffrey Epstein is on the list. Carl Panzram on the list. Jerry Sandusky on the list. Bill Cosby. Turnaround for him. Harvey Weinstein. Larry Nassar. Earl Brian Bradley is going to be on the list. Jim Jones on the list. Bernie Madoff on the list. This interesting person, Credonia Morinde, on the list. Warren Jeffs. Marshall Applewhite. Charles Manson. David Berg. David Koresh. Osama bin Laden, Mohammed Atta, al-Baghdadi, Boko Haram, Adam Lanza, Timothy McVeigh, Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, Eric Harris from Columbine, Heinrich Himmler, Joseph Mengele, Pontius Pilate, John Wilkes Booth, Judas Iscariot, Ilsa Cook, Uday Hussein, O.J. Simpson, David Duke, Harry Truman, George W. Bush made his way onto the list, Henry Kissinger by request, Pope Benedict, Karl Marx, John Harvey Kellogg, Thomas Midgley Jr., Anthony Fauci, Donald Trump, and Ellen DeGeneres. Now, some of these probably belong on the list, some of them don't. I see comments here about Hillary Clinton here in the chat. We'll get into this, guys. And actually, this is probably a good time for us to jump over to the actual bracket itself. Again, we're trying to figure out who is the worst person who has ever lived. We're going to give you guys the opportunity to vote here in the chat, so get your votes ready. And away we go. So, we're getting started here, guys. Does Ellen DeGeneres belong on the list? Maybe not. But that's what a bracket is for, to sort all this out. So, we're going to get started here with our bracket, and I am going to pull this up so I can start adding these in as poll questions. So, away we go, guys. Again, you're watching Land Speculation on YouTube. Drop a like, drop a subscribe, check the description for links to our Discord and our Duck Fund. We are drinking Raz Cranberry Fizzy Water tonight. So, the first matchup of the night, let's see who we got here. First matchup of the night here is between these two individuals, Larry Nassar versus David Berg. So I'm going to ask this as a poll question. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of background on each of these people here. So starting out of the gate here, you're going to have some, what we're essentially play-in matchups here. Matchups basically that are trying to decide people that are going to end up like being the fodder for some of the more evil people on the list. Anyway, Larry Nassar, you may recognize the name, physician of the United States Women's National Artistic Gymnastics Team. Also a convicted sexual assailant of numerous female gymnasts. He was part of a scandal, revealed 368 athletes that he sexually assaulted without intervention or protection. Lack of FBI response. He was selected to well over a life in prison. Some of the assaults were so bad that one of the gymnasts that he assaulted, their father committed a courtroom assault on Nassar in a rage in the courtroom. He certainly a key name in the quote-unquote dangerous rape culture of our sort of current, I don't know, Olympic gymnastic era. So Larry Nassar, pretty bad. Sexually assaulted 368 athletes on the, I guess, in and around the U.S. Olympics gymnastics team. So pretty bad. Now, David Berg is also pretty bad. David Berg was a cult leader. He was the founder of the new religious movement known as the Family International. This was a group founded in 1968, was popular in countercultural Southern California in the 60s and the 70s. Sexuality was part of its spiritual message. Berg was accused of a broad range of sexual misconduct, including a lot of raping of children. He ran a cult where pedophilia was like just a rampant part of the cult. He sexually abused 3 sisters who eventually escaped, and they were able to tell on him. He I guess would both rape and then take videos of very young children engaged in sexually explicit activities. He had child brides. One of his child brides he had, I guess, selected when she was the age of 3. Pretty awful, disgusting individual. And man, this guy is he's definitely disgusting. In terms of like sheer numbers, certainly Larry Nassar had I guess more victims, but David Berg, we still don't know the full extent because within the confines of his cult, a lot of that stuff happened under the table. But he was definitely quite an awful pedophile. So it is all gross. Once again, guys, you're here to pick whoever is worse, we think. And some of these people you probably have heard of, some you won't. So this is like what we're calling a play-in game here at the beginning to try to decide who ends up as a kind of a low seed in this bracket. So I'll give it a couple seconds here for people to vote here. We've got 18 votes on this first one so far here. David Berg currently slightly in the lead here, guys. So who do we think is worse here between Larry Nassar, the I guess molester doctor, and David Berg, the pedophile? It's getting very close, guys. So David Berg, I'm not sure if he's dead, Holly. David Berg died in 1994. Yes, he is dead. So I'm going to give it just a couple more seconds, guys. This is actually a very close vote. Jalou says, I probably know all these creeps. This is my wheelhouse. So we're definitely going to get into some more of the people that you probably know well. So I'm going to go ahead here and end the poll. And this is a close vote at the end of the day, but the individual who has been voted worse of these two is David Berg, the pedophile cult leader. He got 54% of the vote here to Larry Nassar's 46% of the vote. Definitely a close vote here in the very first vote of the bracket. Liquid, hi Liquid, welcome. Thanks for stopping by here on a pretty gruesome bracket here tonight. We're trying to vote for who we think the worst person of all time is. So we're going to open up this next one here, and I'll tell you a little bit about these guys here in a second here. We're going to, let's see, open this poll. So somebody's asking about whether Genghis Khan and Vlad the Impaler are on the list. Both, in fact, are on the list here. So the second matchup here is between the original Ayatollah Khomeini and Thomas Midgley Jr. So this guy actually had a really long name. Officially, his real name was Ayatollah As-Said Ruhollah Mustafavi Musavi Khomeini. He has 6 names, all of which are very long. He was responsible for bringing about the 1979 Iranian Revolution. So if you aren't familiar with the history of Iran was like actually a pretty nice place in the 60s. Iran was, was pretty lush. People could go out. It was basically pretty westernized in the 1960s. Khomeini came in and led the Iranian Revolution, became Iran's religious leader from 1979 to 1989, imposed basically very strict Islamic law, and those in violation of it were tortured and killed. He refused to make peace with the neighboring nation of Iraq, which led to the death of around 1 million people, spawning an Islamic holy war that killed over 2 million people. Although the ruthlessness of this guy never ceased to astound the modern world, he was pretty awful. He certainly cultural sent Iran like way backward, and also at the same time killed a lot of people, both directly and indirectly through unnecessary wars. So he was pretty bad. His opponent here in this matchup is Thomas Midgley. Thomas Midgley is somebody who's on this list because not so much of like intentional malfeasance, but collectively he may have contributed to maybe more deaths than a lot of people on this list. He was a mechanical and chemical engineer, and he was responsible for the invention of two of the most toxic and dangerous inventions in world history. The first of which is that he invented lead gasoline. So previously gasoline did not have lead in it. That would create an issue of knocking in the engine, in an internal combustion engine. He invented lead gasoline. So he basically invented lead poisoning, pumped untold amounts of poison into the atmosphere, directly linked to neurological disorders in children and increased violence and criminality in cities, leading to a huge uptick in the national murder rate, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of deaths potentially attributable to his invention. His own plant was shut down because of all the lead poisoning he was giving his own colleagues. And then after he invented lead gasoline, he invented basically CFCs for refrigerators and air conditioning. If you don't know what CFCs are, they also are a tremendously toxic, cancerous substance. They also destroy the ozone layer, causes serious health issues for young children and elderly people with asthma, causes skin damage to animals and humans, kills whales, it inflicts serious damage to crops, ultraviolet radiation, like all kinds of really bad stuff. This guy is the very worst inventor of all time. Just a really unfortunate guy in terms of his inventions. So again, this is Thomas Midgley Jr. here versus the Ayatollah Khomeini here in the second matchup, and we got a few votes in here. I'm curious. Place your votes, guys. We got to get a few more votes in here on this one. Again, Ayatollah Khomeini here versus Thomas Midgley Jr. We're going to get to some of the people you obviously have heard of and know well here in a few minutes, but we got to hit a couple of these introductory matchups out of the gate here, guys. So, let's see. We got 14 votes in right now. We got to get a few more votes. We got 37 people watching right now. If anybody hasn't dropped a like or a subscribe, I do appreciate that here on the video. Holly's not sure. Well, the nice thing about our brackets is, although these are serious offenders, our bracket doesn't actually count for anything. So, just vote for whoever you think is worse, and we'll make it work. So, okay, guys, it seems like we got a pretty consensus vote here on behalf of the Ayatollah Khomeini, currently sitting in with 79% of the vote. So we're going to go ahead and vote for the Ayatollah here in the second matchup. We'll go ahead and end that poll and start our next poll, which is between Napoleon and George W. Bush. So, quite frankly, to editorialize just a little bit on this particular option, I don't know that either one of these could really qualify as like the very worst people on this list. But they both have, some questionable offenses to their name. Of course, Napoleon was a French military and political leader, rose to prominence during the French Revolution. And he led a lot of troops into battle. His wars killed over 1 million people from his own country. Perhaps double that from other European nations. He could be absolutely brutal as a war leader, abandoning entire armies in Egypt when strategy required. And ultimately, he would have done a lot more damage, except that ultimately he didn't actually serve for all that long. But Napoleon, coming out of the French Revolution, a particularly gruesome general and war leader, and particularly notorious for kind of abandoning his own troops in the field of battle, leading to a lot of death. So Napoleon, definitely in the mix here. J. Lucas's Bush killed hundreds of thousands to avenge his daddy and Jesus. Maverick Scott says it's crazy that these two can be compared, but I believe they can be. Well, the thing about these brackets is some of these matchups may be kind of odd here out of the gate, but they'll probably get a little bit more realistic over time. So George W. Bush, obviously you guys know him. He was the 43rd president of the United States. And he, well, he did a lot of things in office. He's, certainly known for launching the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. There's, of course, the whole weapons of mass destruction issue. Those wars kind of predicated on the claim that there was definitive proof of weapons of mass destruction. Saddam Hussein was hiding in Iraq. As it turned out, that really wasn't the case. And several 100,000 Iraqi civilians ended up getting killed in the Iraq War. There are also those who I guess claim that George W. Bush may have done like an inside job on 9/11. There are, I guess somebody has identified 269 specific war crimes under U.S. and international law for which President Bush committed. So I'm curious what you guys think about this one. We've got 17 votes in here so far. So I'm curious right now. It does seem to be pretty definitive here in terms of the voting. Big Dog is also bringing up Hurricane Katrina. So looks like pretty definitive here. We're going to go ahead and side with the crowd and pick George W. Bush here as, I guess, the worst individual of these two between Napoleon and George W. Bush, which brings to our next matchup here between Uday Hussein and David Koresh. So this is another one that's really hard to compare. So Uday Hussein is pretty bad. Like, if you don't know the whole story of Uday Hussein, he's pretty brutal, pretty gruesome. He's one of Saddam Hussein's sons. A monster even by the standards of Saddam Hussein's Iraq. A sadist with a taste for cruelty so extreme that even his father was forced to acknowledge that his firstborn son would not be a worthy heir. So, super privileged child of Saddam Hussein, magically was elected to parliament with 99% of the vote. Nothing corrupt there. He was super violent. He had a penchant for loud, drunken parties, expensive suits, and a big thing for murder, rape, and torture. He was in charge of the national football team in Iraq, and would basically phone up the football team in their dressing room, threaten to cut off the players' legs and throw them to ravenous dogs. He was in charge of the dreaded Saddam's very worst militia, and was incredibly brutal in that role. His excesses carried over to his private life, where he had a reputation for ordering any girl or woman caught in his line of sight to be brought to his own private pleasure dome, where he had a private torture chamber, and would basically extraordinarily brutally commit sexual assault on them. He bludgeoned to death his father's bodyguard in front of horrified partygoers at a party, and also shot one of his uncles in the legs. He was suspended for murder, shootings, and other erratic behavior put him in permanent disfavor with Saddam Hussein. He beat up one of his brides at a wedding, basically left her, basically paralyzed. Anyway, super cruel and awful guy here, Uday Hussein. So, yeah, he's pretty bad. David Koresh, meanwhile, was a cult leader, head of the Branch Davidians. Branch Davidians became famous during the famous Waco siege of 1993 when the FBI tried to raid the headquarters of the Branch Davidians in response to basically claims that his entire cult was full of polygamy and child sexual abuse. After investigation, there was really no conclusive evidence that was happening, but there are some who still think that David Koresh committed a lot of brutal pedophilia and things of that sort. Jongun says Koresh was not even racist. Well, I don't know, guys. We've got a pretty overwhelming vote here right now that Uday Hussein, between the two, was the worst individual. So we're going to go ahead and vote for Uday Hussein here. Bequeathy says there's no evidence on David Koresh. So that brings us to our next matchup here between Harvey Weinstein and Charles Manson. So another interesting, odd set of people to compare. So once again, guys, just generally speaking, we are doing a bracket tonight here to try to figure out the worst person of all time, in a sense, the most evil person ever. And we have just been going through some kind of preliminary first-round matchups here with some of the kind of lower-rated evil people. And as we get into this, we appreciate your votes. We appreciate the likes and the subscribes on the video. Somebody's asking, how did we decide who went up against who? It is somewhat randomly distributed. I mean, basically what we did is we seeded the very worst individuals at the top of the bracket, sort of like you would do in March Madness. And then for most everybody else, it is random seeding. Some of the people at the very bottom of the list, we did a little bit of prioritization, but beyond that, we let the bracket kind of automatically seed people. So none of these matchups are like preordained. These are pretty random matchups for the most part. But again, they pair various dictators and serial killers, terrorists and cult leaders, and bad people of all types. And I saw Jeanette was asking for us to give a warning before we close the poll, so we will definitely do that. Usually when I close it quickly, it's because the vote is overwhelming and it's not gonna change. But now we've got this matchup between Harvey Weinstein and Charles Manson. So pretty bad people here. So Harvey Weinstein, you guys know him because he's been in the news the last few years. Former American film producer and a convicted sex offender. Who's famous as a film producer, like really famous guy. I mean, did very good films. But in 2017, it came out that dozens of women had accused him of rape, sexual assault, and sexual abuse over a period of at least 30 years. Over 80 women in the film industry eventually accused Weinstein of such acts. And a lot of them were pretty disgusting, like things where he would sort of corner somebody and ferociously masturbate on them. He was ultimately charged with rape, criminal sex acts, sex abuse, and sexual misconduct for a couple of incidents. He didn't have to get convicted of all of it to get a pretty severe sentence. But Harvey Weinstein, certainly a sort of sexual monster, and just sort of out of control in terms of the things that he did to some of the people he had power over in Hollywood. So that is Harvey Weinstein here. J.T. Thompson says, abuse my daughter and you risk your life. Well, the other combatant here is Charles Manson, who you guys may also know. He died in 2017. American criminal and musician. He led the Manson family, a cult based in California. They basically committed 9 murders at 4 different locations in the 60s and the 70s. He was convicted of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder for the deaths of 7 people, including a film actress named Sharon Tate. His ideology, the prosecution contended, constituted an overt act of conspiracy. So, I don't know, kind of a question here. Do you think Harvey Weinstein's sexual assault of somewhere between 30 and 80 women is worse? Or is Charles Manson being the mastermind behind the deaths of 9 people worse? Lava Java says Weinstein's conviction pulled the veil back from Hollywood. That is certainly something to keep in mind here, Lava, is sort of what was the aggregate impact of some of these people. So this is a close vote, guys. This is very close right now. I'm going to close this here in a few seconds, so get your votes in now. This is close. If you haven't voted, you definitely want to vote because you might have a chance to impact the vote. I'm not seeing any additional votes coming in, so we're going to go ahead and close this now. And Harvey Weinstein, very close vote here, is ultimately worse here, 53 to 46. Close vote here on the two of those. Oh man, this is an interesting matchup. So, moving ahead here, more play-in games here. This one matching Kim Jong-un and Donald Trump. So, we tried to incorporate as many suggestions from people ahead of time as we possibly could. We got some suggestions of people who probably didn't belong to be in this bracket. But some of them show up here anyway, and the point of a bracket, I guess, is that we got to sort that out now. So this matchup, of course, pairs Kim Jong-un against our former president Donald Trump. Interestingly, the two of them had a little bit of a friendly relationship while Trump was in office. So Kim Jong-un, of course, North Korean politician, supreme leader of North Korea since 2011. Since he assumed power in 2011, taking over for his father, Kim Jong-il, he has committed an awful lot of executions. In the first 6 years as leader, he has ordered the executions of at least 340 people, which is pretty brutal. People accused of political crimes under Kim Jong-un are arrested and sentenced to prison. Many of them put in prison camps without trial, while their families are often kept in the dark about their whereabouts. 120,000 inmates under Kim Jong-un are in political prison, many of them subjected to utterly gruesome conditions, including deliberate starvation, which has been one of Kim Jong-un's specialties. Many of them are starved to increase the pressure on them to confess and incriminate other persons. So this, obviously, in addition to Kim Jong-un leading a regime here that is, absolutely atrocious in North Korea. He obviously inherited that from his rather odious family. That regime obviously is famous for, destroying the economy of the country and conducting just perpetual propaganda to keep people in the dark about the true nature of the world. Mass starvation in the country, the leaders live well, the population lives horribly, and he's actually ratcheted things up even a little bit of a notch from the past generations of Kims, because he's been so brutal on his adversaries. Texas Ticker says, don't put up the poll until both people's backgrounds have been presented. That's an interesting thought. I suppose we could contemplate doing that. So, John says, this is whack. Yeah, Norman says, don't take it too seriously. Yeah, guys, obviously these are serious offenses that a lot of these people have committed. But, the bracket is sort of randomized based on suggestions from people. So we're going to have to sort out some of the ones that have been silly entrants versus some of the ones that are, really, really, really gruesome and brutal figures. Obviously, Donald Trump was the president of the United States. A lot of people really did not like him, accused him of being a racist and misogynist, creating a climate of sort of danger and hate in the country, dividing the country, and then ultimately trying to topple American democracy by not conceding the 2020 election. So, the things that Donald Trump has done that people find to be odious or evil, I think, are well understood. Kim Jong-un, obviously a kind of longer laundry list of actual murders and things like that. And Michael says this one is super silly. We're going to have to sort through a few of these ones that are super silly here out of the gate, guys. So pretty overwhelming here. I'm going to go ahead and close this poll because this is not really too much of a matchup here. But the winner here, of course, is Kim Jong-un. And he overwhelmingly, I guess, wins the matchup in terms of being the more evil individual. All right. Okay. So this brings us to our next matchup between Bill Cosby and Pope Benedict. So, What do people think about this one? Bill Cosby. He's beloved for a long time. American stand-up comedian. Who, after years and years and years in the public eye as kind of a beloved figure, became the subject of publicized sexual assault allegations. Was ultimately convicted of aggravated indecent assault before the conviction was vacated by the Supreme Court in 2021. But Bill Cosby committed a lot of pretty heinous sexual assaults on people, including like drugging their drinks, raped 60 different women, a lot of drug-facilitated sexual assault, sexual battery, child sexual abuse, and sexual misconduct. Some of them occurred as early as the 1960s. Included things like groping and rape and drugging people back in his apartment and using his power over women. Another sort of one of these horrific Me Too cases. So that's Bill Cosby. And he here is up against Pope Benedict, who, I'm not sure how much Pope Benedict deserves to really be in this bracket, but Pope Benedict was, of course, the Pope. He's one of the first popes in a million years to actually step down from being Pope amid controversy. So during Pope Benedict's tenure as the head of the Catholic Church, some 11,000 allegations came out of child sexual abuse by priests, many of them in the United States. Some 4,000 priests in the United States accused of sexual assault. Approximately 4% of priests that were active at the time, which is a massive figure, were accused of sexual assault. And Pope Benedict was accused of, not like overtly covering it up, but definitely not doing a whole lot to combat it. The Queef says they hated Pope Benedict because he was in the German Boy Scouts, so to speak, when he was a kid. Pope Benedict had a bit of a questionable youth. Bill says Pope ignored the pedophiles. Now I remember. So I don't know that the Pope himself molested anybody, J.T. Thompson, but he was certainly accused of not doing a whole lot to combat it. So this Bill Cosby here against Pope Benedict. What do we think, guys? We've got 25 votes in. It's relatively a close vote here, so I'm going to leave this open here for just a second for people to finish getting their votes in. And Bill Cosby here against Pope Benedict. Last chance for people to vote here on this one. And all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to close this now. Pope Benedict voted worse than Bill Cosby. All right, and that brings us to a final matchup here between Eric Harris and David Duke. These are hard to compare, actually. These are just different people. Let's just put it that way. So, Eric Harris, of course, was pretty much a textbook psychopath. He was the mastermind behind the Columbine High School massacre, which, of course, has now set the stage for two and a half decades of sort of trending school shootings across the country. He basically just sort of like sucked in Dylan Klebold, who was a depressed classmate of his, and convinced him to participate in this mass shooting. They intended to bomb Columbine High School and then shoot up their classmates. They intended to commit several hundred murders as part of that. As it was, the bombing didn't really work out, and their death count was much smaller. But this was super, super, super misguided. Harris seemed to be unconcerned with improving anything. He was just like completely a kind of selfish, nihilistic, kind of violent person. And along with Dylan Klebold, they went on a violent killing spree, basically point-blank murdering some 18 of their classmates, many of them during a half-hour stretch in the library where they basically had free reign and total control to shoot people in the face. Their whole mission was designed to specifically inflict as much hurt and pain on the world as possible, and nothing besides. Like, just a sort of truly violent and terrible person. And perhaps, more significant about Eric Harris is the fact that, again, what he masterminded at Columbine High School became sort of a blueprint for the nation. And now, after Eric Harris, now school shootings are something we read about an awful lot. We did a deep dive into school shootings a number of weeks ago, and we talked about the fact that there's actually, as Holly's pointing out here, a whole community of people online who continue to sort of worship him and Dylan Klebold. Like, it's really perverted. There's a whole kind of fanfic community out there about the two of them that write them love letters and things like that. But yes, as Big Dog says, he basically invented high school shootings. So yes, very, very, very sad. Now, meanwhile, David Duke, an American white supremacist, anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist, far-right politician, convicted felon, and former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. Just a really, really, really racist guy, and a bad guy. For us, as I don't think David ever killed anyone, let alone the number that Eric Harris did. Certainly he's sort of always pointed to as kind of the most racist person in America, or the sort of ringleader of racism in America. Definitely a bad guy. He doesn't have, I guess, the same murder count as some of these others. But sort of just ideologically, I mean, a lot of the things that he has peddled have led to a lot of suffering and a lot of death. So, that's it's David Duke here. So what do people think here between Eric Harris and David Duke? This is, right now, not a super close vote. So, if this doesn't tighten up here a little bit, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to close this poll. Pretty overwhelming here. Eric Harris seems to be the selection here, the worse individual between the two of them. We'll go ahead and we'll end that poll. So that brings us here to kind of we've done sort of a whole bunch of like what we call play-in games. Basically things where some of the lower seated individuals have to sort of play other low seated individuals. But now we have some pretty big dogs come into play here. So we're going to get into it now with this matchup, which brings on the top overall seed, which is Adolf Hitler. So we'll go ahead and we'll open this one. Michael Frankovic, no, Obama is not in the poll. I saw a comment on the Discord about Obama. Generally our rubric for including people was, number one, they had to be submitted ahead of time, and nobody submitted Obama ahead of time. But there also has to be some specific reason why they would end up on this poll. And I get a lot of people don't like Obama as a president, but there was nothing specific that I could think of as a justification to include him in this bracket. And, there are probably some pretty bad people who aren't on this bracket. So for us, as the poll is not letting you vote. Okay, well, it should be. So obviously Adolf Hitler. I mean, I don't know how much explanation we need to do of Adolf Hitler. Of course, he was the Chancellor of Germany through World War II, Führer of the Nazi Party, perhaps the most intelligent, creative, and brutal dictator of them all, responsible for the Holocaust and the entirety of the Second World War. Believed the Jews were the root cause of all problems and set out to eliminate them. His actions resulted in the death of 6 million Jews during the Holocaust, but potentially up to as many as 50 million people overall. Ruining the lives of tens of millions of people, being responsible for more deaths than anybody else in history, destroying an entire continent all within 6 years. Adolf Hitler. Very, very, very decorated as a kind of pretty awful person. So he's up again against David Berg, and we talked a little bit about David Berg here a few minutes ago. So David Berg, as we talked about, is a pedophile cult leader who sought child brides. I guess he had several child brides, but one of whom he had picked out at the age of 3, engaged in a lot of sexually explicit activities with children, would film it, and basically launched an entire cult called the Family International as sort of a cover for him to be able to do pedophile stuff. So pretty bad stuff. But this is not, a super competitive matchup here, so I'm not going to leave the poll open for very long. Clearly overwhelming votes here on behalf of the top seed here, Adolf Hitler, who overwhelmingly wins this matchup. All right, this brings us to our next matchup here between a couple of interesting people, Elsa Cook and Jack the Ripper. We'll go ahead and open this one. Now, a lot of people probably have not heard of Elsa Cook. Elsa Cook is super interesting. Not super well known, though. She was also part of the Nazi regime. Well, she was to be specific, she was the wife of a Nazi commander at Buchenwald concentration camp. And she was an incredible sadist. She got a tremendous amount of pain from inflicting pain, pleasure from inflicting pain on others. She would ride around the already awful camps at Buchenwald concentration camp. She would pick people out whose skin she liked, and then she would whip them to death and have them flayed. She would then use their innocent human skin to make lamps, book skins, and even a handbag, which she always carried around with her. She had a house that was full of products made out of human skin. Quite a disgusting individual, with clearly, apparently no moral conscience there. So, yeah, pretty bad. So, she was known as a concentration camp murderess. She's been nicknamed the Beast of Buchenwald, the Queen of Buchenwald, the Butcher Widow. A lot of war crimes. Just a bad person here. Okay, and she is up here against Jack the Ripper. So, Jack the Ripper, who was basically one of the first big serial killers ever. Now, his reign has been really kind of, he has a big place in history. He only killed 5 women, but he did mutilate their bodies, had a lot of knowledge of human anatomy, and he would basically troll the West End of London, murdered at least 5 women, at the East End of London, and would basically sort of systematically, pick out their organs and, very macabre crimes, at an era when serial killing really wasn't a thing. So, yeah, pretty bad Jack the Ripper, in addition to Elsa Cook here. Pretty overwhelming vote on this one. Pally says Elsa Cook killed herself by hanging. This one is overwhelming, so we're going to go ahead and pick Elsa here and close the voting. She definitely has the votes on this one. Faraz is saying, weren't there more murders attributed to Jack the Ripper? Unclear how many he may have actually committed, but ultimately I believe officially only 5, Faraz. All right, guys, so this brings us to Heinrich Himmler against the Ayatollah. So this is a pretty bad guy. Heinrich Himmler was head of the SS. He was the brains behind the final solution to the Jewish question, that is, the extermination of all Jews in Europe. Himmler had ordered the killing of about 6 million Jews. And also a lot of Russians, he believed, were not worthy of living. He is also accused of having had furniture made from the bones and skins of his Jewish victims. He personally coordinated the deaths of some 10 million people when the war was not even when the war was not over, and not even his former colleagues wanted anything to do with him. He was a big fan of cyanide. So if you haven't heard about Heinrich Himmler, he is pretty darn awful. Definitely sort of maybe the very worst person in all of Nazi Germany. Definitely the most brutal, I might say. And he, of course, is up against here the Ayatollah Khomeini. We already talked about him, but he brought about the Iranian Revolution in 1979. Religious leader of Iran who sent it massively culturally backward. Basically forced women to put the veil back on, turned Iran from a fairly westernized kind of progressive culture into something that was like a Shia Islamic state in which those who violated strict Islamic law were tortured and killed. Refused to make peace with Iraq, resulted in the deaths of about 2 million people in Islamic holy wars. So he's pretty bad too. For us, damn, I like a lot of these people. I sure hope not. Khomeini cannot logically win. So that's true. At this point, Himmler has clearly won this matchup. So we're going to go ahead and end this poll. Holly says Osama bin Laden had between 20 and 26 children. I think it's more than that, Holly. So, by the way, guys, you are watching Land Speculation here on YouTube. We're happy you're with us tonight as we are going through this rather unusual bracket, trying to get to the bottom of the question of who is the worst person of all time. We're dealing with a whole bunch of evil dictators and terrorists and serial killers and sexual predators and people like that, trying to bracket them out and figure out who is the very worst. So as you vote on these, please vote for the person who you think is worse, not the person who you think is better. If you're just joining us, though, we appreciate you being with us here tonight. This is sort of informative and maybe educational at the very least, and I'm curious to hear what you guys have to say. So please remember, if you have not dropped a like or a subscribe on the video tonight, I appreciate it. The likes help us out with YouTube. The subscribes help you know when we're on. And check the description as well for links to our Discord and our Duck Fund. Discord, of course, our 24/7 chat platform, and the Duck Fund, of course, our PayPal link. Norman Patterson says, this is great feed today. Thank you so much. This is entertaining and educational. Well, we are only just kind of really digging into this, guys, so please stick with us here. We're getting into some more of the heavy hitters here. So, next on the list, a matchup here between Pontius Pilate and Boko Haram. So Pontius Pilate officially was the 5th governor of the Roman province of Judea, serving under Emperor Tiberius in the Roman Empire around 30 AD. Of course, he was not great overall. He was very sort of not tactful. He was very insulting to the religious sensibilities of his Jewish subjects. He promoted Roman religious obligation and worship, and was actually so bad that he himself was ordered executed by Caligula, who is going to come up later in this bracket. But he, of course, is the most known for being the individual who presided over the trial of Jesus and ultimately ordered the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ was tried for blasphemy. Pilate was the only one with the power to impose a death sentence on Jesus Christ, and he did. So, Pontius Pilate is on here is basically for being the one who sentenced Jesus to death. And he is up against Boko Haram. Specifically, Muhammad Yusuf is actually the name of Boko Haram. The sect is called Boko Haram, but Muhammad Yusuf, the individuals who we're talking about here. This is a religious sect that basically is opposed to the westernization and modernization of Nigerian society. They want people to live in sort of a backward, a very sort of backward state. He established a religious complex and school that attracted poor Muslim families that has now become basically a jihadist group. It is an Islamic militant group that's conducted terrorist attacks on religious and political groups, local police, and the military, as well as indiscriminately attacking civilians in busy markets and villages. Of course, perhaps best known for abducting and holding and committing sexual atrocities against young girls. There's that hashtag several years ago, Bring Back Our Girls, after Boko Haram had basically kidnapped a group of 30 or so young children. So he's pretty bad. But so is Pontius Pilate. I mean, you know, if you believe that Jesus Christ is like the savior of the world, Pontius Pilate is the one who put him to death. And brutally so. Pontius Pilate did not have to do that. And Jesus was not the only person that Pontius Pilate sentenced to gruesome deaths by crucifixion, and at times upside down crucifixion. This is a very close vote, by the way, guys. So if you have not voted, please do toss your vote into the mix here. We're going to give it a few more seconds here, but this is quite tight on this vote if you feel passionate either way about this one. All right, it's opening up a little bit now. Chrissy says he didn't sentence Jesus to death. He gave the choice to the Jews of Barabbas or Jesus to live, and they chose Barabbas. Roman Empire did crucify tons of people, but it definitely says something about Pontius Pilate that even Caligula, who is like the embodiment of evil, thought that Pontius Pilate was too much and sent him for execution. But we're starting to get a consensus here on the vote, and the consensus here in the votes, if anybody has not voted, Boko Haram, 55% of the vote. So, Pontius Pilate is out, Boko Haram moves on. Which brings us to our next matchup here between Mussolini and George W. Bush. I am actually kind of curious how this one is going to end up going. This is an interesting matchup here. Mussolini, obviously well known. The founder of fascism and the leader of Italy from 1922 to 1943. Allied Italy with Nazi Germany and with Japan in World War II. He was a big socialist in his early years. Was drafted into the Italian army and formed the Fascist Party. Galvanized the support of unemployed war veterans and organized them into armed squads known as the Black Shirts, who terrorized their political opponents. Tried to shut down all dissent. Very, very, very brutal. Italy started to slip into political chaos. The Black Shirts marched on Rome. Mussolini presented himself as the only man capable of restoring order. He gradually dismantled the institutions of democratic government in Italy, and in 1920 made himself supreme dictator. He set about attempting to reestablish Italy as a great European power. He imposed strong state control and a cult of personality organized around himself. Influenced by Hitler, he began to introduce anti-Jewish legislation and a lot of discriminatory policies. He was tremendously brutal to his adversaries and slowly was trying to remake Italy more like Germany as he allied with it in World War II. Supportive of basically everything Hitler was doing in World War II, and gave kind of Hitler the fuel to really commit a lot of his atrocities in World War II. At the same time, you guys know George W. Bush. George W. Bush, again, our former president, responsible for the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, the whole weapons of mass destruction thing. A lot of civilians got killed in those wars, a lot of American troops, Hurricane Katrina, all that kind of stuff. You can certainly look at George W. Bush as somebody who was well-intentioned, but maybe didn't make the greatest decisions at times. Or, I suppose if you have a more sinister take, you can look at him as more evil. But, overall, I am curious how this is going to play out. I suspect it will play out how I think it's going to play out. This is closer than I thought it was going to be, though. We got a lot of votes in. I think we have enough votes in that this is probably not going to sway a different direction. So get your votes in, guys. I think we've got it. I think Mussolini here is the winner with 58% of the vote. So I'm surprised that was as close as it was. But Mussolini gets the prize here. Again, the objective here is to vote for who you think is worse, not who you think is less bad. So this brings us to the next matchup here between two figures we have not yet talked about, between Karl Panzram and Hideki Tojo. I have to say, Karl Panzram is pretty bad. American serial killer, serial rapist, serial arsonist, serial burglar, serial robber, and vandal. Mostly by his own confession and spanning both years and countries, confessed in a diary and autobiography of raping and sodomizing over 1,000 men and boys. Karl Panzram. Motivated by nothing more than rage and often coupling the rapes with robbery. Confessed to killing 21 men and boys. He would intoxicate them on booze, rape and sodomize them, and sometimes shoot them dead with a weapon that he apparently stole from William Howard Taft. Is suspected of up to 100 murders. He also poisoned the water supply and sank a ship. He bludgeoned to death the prison foreman known for antagonizing and degrading the inmates, who was sentenced to death for the murder. Pretty awful person. Executed in 1930. During his execution, he spat on and insulted the people in the room. Just a horrendous person here. He is awfully savage here, Karl Panzram. Meanwhile, Hideki Tojo was the Prime Minister of Japan during the Pacific War. One of the architects of Japan's expansionist policies in Asia, directed Japan's military efforts during its earliest and most successful campaigns, wanted to create a dictatorship in Japan like that of Joseph Stalin in Russia and Adolf Hitler in Germany, but was not as successful. He was basically the guy in charge of all the political moves in Japan during World War II. And, frankly, was kind of responsible for leading Japan down like the death march that led to the dropping of the atomic bomb. So very, very, very bad individuals here on this one. A lot of people saying this is a tough one. So I am curious what people have to say on this one. Karl Panzram here versus Hideki Tojo. All right, guys, we got to crack open another fizzy water here. All right, we got a lot of votes in on this one. Let's see. For us, it's going to say Karl only because this guy seems like he did what he did for pleasure. So again, intent is definitely part of the calculus here, I guess, on some of these people. Depending on what they did, some of it's about scale. Certainly if you're a dictator, you've got a lot of ability to inflict harm. But if you do it just sort of intentionally as a serial killer, that can be, certainly something to factor in. So Karl Panzram clearly has the votes here. We're going to go with him and end the poll on this matchup. Which brings us to our next matchup between John Wilkes Booth versus Warren Jeffs. This is a pretty interesting one, I gotta say. So, John Wilkes Booth, you guys know the story on him. Well-known actor, staunch supporter of slavery and the Southern Confederacy. On the night of April 14th, 1865, he entered Foodz Theater in Washington, D.C. and assassinated Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States. That's a pretty brutal move. I mean, Abraham Lincoln, arguably our greatest president, our most significant president, the president responsible for ending our greatest atrocity and reunifying the nation, and John Wilkes Booth was his assassin. Up here against Warren Jeffs. Warren Jeffs, religious leader and convicted child rapist, ex-president of the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, basically just a kind of disgusting individual. Had a big thing for underage girls. He was found guilty of sexual assault of a minor for raping a 15-year-old he had married, and aggravated sexual assault against a child for raping a 12-year-old he had married. A whole bunch of people he committed sexual assault against, including some of his family members when they were only 5 or 6 years old. He was also charged with 8 additional counts in 2 separate cases, including incest and sexual conduct with minors. So he was basically sort of existing under the umbrella of the Church of Latter-day Saints, and using it as an excuse to rape and molest and do awful things to children. And this is overwhelming, guys. This is not even close here on this vote. So we're going to go ahead and pick Jeffs on this one. Jeffs has the overwhelming majority of these votes, so we don't need to get too deep into that one. So this brings us to our next matchup here between Nero and Uday Hussein. So this is a tough one. I mean, this is like totally different generations here to compare this one. So we should give you a little bit of background here on Nero, because we talked a little bit about Uday, and Uday is brutal. I mean, Uday is a horrific person. I mean, just for pure pleasure, would rape and brutalize people, and he didn't make any distinction. He would both rape and brutalize you if he could. But Nero was, I guess, a Roman leader, serving from 37 to 68, burnt entire cities, murdered thousands of people, as well as every member of his family. People were stabbed, burned, boiled, crucified, and impaled under the leadership of Nero. He also started the great fire that burned Rome, blamed it on the Christians, and then brutally tortured them for having done so. He committed assisted suicide when he knew the rebellion would be lost. He's a deranged Roman emperor. It's hard to be worse than having your own mother executed and poisoning your stepbrother. He also burned prisoners in his garden at night as a source of light. So these two are both just horrifically violent people that seem to just relish in the torturing of others. So Nero did it as Roman emperor, burned down his own city and blamed it on the Christians. Meanwhile, Uday Hussein would threaten to cut off the legs of soccer players, ordered women into his own private pleasure dome and torture chamber. He bludgeoned to death his father's former bodyguard, shot his uncle in the leg, basically raped and tortured everyone he set eyes on. Literally any woman that was in his presence, he would rape her. So, I don't know. These are both super terrible people. D. Green, I'm going with Nero. It's a badass name. Uday doesn't really scare me. Let's see. Uday is dead, thank God, says Holly. That's true. Yeah, Uday was so bad that even Saddam, just didn't want him around. For us, is damn, this is tough. Yeah, this is a tough one. Rainmaker and MMH, thanks for all the ducks there. You got 10 ducks between the two of you. So appreciate that here. We didn't say this was going to be easy today, guys. This is some pretty brutal stuff in this bracket. So we appreciate you guys hanging out with us at any rate and working through these with us. Some of these are very difficult matchups, and a lot of people did sort of pretty atrocious things. Again, part of the rubric for these people is that they couldn't just be ideologues. They had to actually be directly responsible for horrible outcomes to people. So these two both certainly were. Looks like we've got the votes in here. If anybody hasn't voted, last chance here on the voting here between Nero and Uday. So Nero's got the votes here, guys. So Nero it is. Jayla says, should eras be part of the bracket? Separate millenniums are hard to compare. That is part of the fun here. Wow. Okay. Well, it actually tabulated a couple more votes. It said 50-50, but Nero had the votes as of when we closed the poll. So wow, that's pretty amazing. It actually ended up being basically a direct tie. I would have picked Nero myself, so if I were the tiebreaker, I guess I'm the Nero vote there. But certainly, obviously, terrible, terrible people. Which brings us to Stalin against Weinstein. I'm curious if this is going to be much of a battle here. So, we talked about Harvey Weinstein. I mean, he was a monstrous sexual predator. Stalin, by contrast, dictator of the Soviet Union, for almost 30 years reigned with terror and violence. He intentionally instigated a famine that killed millions. He killed the families of people who were fond of him. He had 1.5 million German women raped, killed over 20 million people. He once said, one death is a tragedy, a million deaths is simply a statistic. Ironically, was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize in 1945 and 1948. What an award that is. He starved the entire country of Ukraine, basically through just sort of incompetence and sort of malicious narcissism in the 30s. Created a giant famine that killed millions of people, then completely irresponsibly managed the Soviet army in World War II, and they had 24 million deaths during World War II in the Soviet Union because of Joseph Stalin. He had many of his closest friends and confidants executed. Total kill count around 60 million here for Joseph Stalin. So not really a super close battle here. This is certainly overwhelming here, and we're just going to go ahead and we're going to pick Stalin here and end our poll here. That's the biggest, most one-sided matchup I think we've had so far. If you're just joining us, Parker Russell, welcome. Others, welcome. Thanks for hanging out with us here tonight as we work our way through this bracket. Once again, if anybody hasn't dropped a like or subscribe on the video, I do appreciate that. The likes help us out with YouTube, and the subscribes help you guys know when we are on. So, we got Gaddafi here, and we got Ted Bundy. I'm curious how this is going to go. So, Gaddafi. Muammar Gaddafi was a Libyan revolutionary, de facto leader of Libya from 1969 to 2011, a very long rule. Very committed to the idea of Arab nationalism and Arab socialism. He basically sort of led a semi-terrorist state. He supported foreign militants, was allegedly responsible for the Lockerbie bombing in Scotland, really caused Libya to become isolated on the world stage, accused of sexual abuse, torturing and killing his own people in massive numbers, condemned by many as a dictator whose authoritarian administration systematically violated human rights and financed global terrorism in the region and abroad. He was very bad at his job, and he was so brutal that he issued his soldiers Viagra to help them rape and kill women, indiscriminately executing his own people, sponsoring international terrorist events. Only the second still-serving state leader in history as of the time of this description to have arrest warrants issued against him. So, he was pretty bad. That's Muammar Gaddafi in Libya. Ted Bundy, meanwhile, famous American serial killer, serial rapist, murdered numerous young women and girls during the 1970s. After more than a decade of denials, confessed to 30 murders committed in 7 states between 1974 and 1978. Sexually assaulted and killed several young women in Washington, Oregon, Colorado, Utah, and Florida. Some people estimate he may have been responsible for as many as hundreds of deaths. Christy Wolf says 90% of the Libyan people came out in the streets for Gaddafi's funeral. Yeah, this is sort of a classic dictator versus serial killer matchup here. And it is trending a certain direction here. It is sort of close, but definitely trending here. If anybody hasn't voted, please close your votes here on Gaddafi here against Ted Bundy. All right, I think we've got enough votes in that this is not going to change the outcome here. So we're going to go ahead and close it down here on behalf of Ted Bundy. Congratulations, he moves on as the victor in this one. And that brings us to Muhammad Atta versus Kim Jong-un. Bequavius joking. Classic dictator versus serial killer matchup. Yeah, that's a normal thing. It is not a normal thing, but this is the bracket that we're doing tonight. And I don't know, we'll see who we land on as the most awful person of all time here by the time we get to the end of all this. We have a matchup here between Muhammad Atta, who was the Egyptian terrorist hijacker who was the ringleader of the September 11th attacks, in which 4 United States commercial aircraft were commandeered with the intention of destroying specific civilian, military, and governmental targets that crashed into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon and killed several thousand Americans. Truly ruthless, heartless guy. One of the terrorists that commandeered planes with box cutters. Just pretty awful. I mean, I don't know how much we need to say about that. We talked about Kim Jong-un. Continues to preside over the terrible Kim regime there in North Korea, which has economically decimated and starved its people and carried out a tremendous propaganda campaign over decades and decades. And his part of the regime has been particularly brutal here, executing his political enemies, some 340 of them directly since he took office, and putting some 120,000 people into labor camps. So he's not a very good person either. Okay. Jay Luther thinks Muhammad Atta was a Mossad agent working for the CIA. Wow, this is flipped here, guys. I'm curious. This is very, very, very tight vote here. Muhammad Atta is like a really, really, really awful guy. I mean, he is a bad guy. It takes a whole level of evil to be willing to actually, kill yourself in the pursuit of a terrorist attack. And he's the ringleader. So this is super, super, super close right now, guys. If anybody has not voted, please get your votes in. Kim Jong-un. Is he the worst dictator in the world right now? I guess he probably is. There are a lot of bad leaders in the world right now. I mean, I don't know. Vladimir Putin's pretty bad. Kim Jong-un is very, very, very bad. I mean, he has brutalized more people than you can really even conceptualize. All right, this has opened up here a little bit at the end. And it looks like we've got a clear winner now, and that is Muhammad Atta has come out here at the end. Faraz says Kim Jong-un was a lot worse. Well, this works through voting. So there it is. Muhammad Atta ends up being, I guess, the worst individual here in the vote. All right, now we have definitely a cross-generational matchup here. Attila the Hun versus Dennis Rader. Man, I don't even know how to compare this one. Attila the Hun. Not just any Hun, the leader of the Huns, which is one of the more brutal regimes of history. Under his rule, the Han Empire consisted of anything that didn't fly a Roman flag. So he basically took over most of the world that wasn't Rome, and along the way brutalized pretty much all of it. He killed almost everyone he encountered. He had a big passion for invasion. A passion so great that on his way to pick up his bride, Honoria, he decided to stop in Italy and destroy it. He raised an entire country on the eve of his wedding. Very, very, very wicked guy. Not particularly known for any specific brutality, but really, really, really a big fan of invading places and just destroying them along the way. So he's pretty bad. Dennis Rader is also pretty bad. Dennis Rader is the BTK killer. He murdered 10 people over a span of 3 decades before his arrest and confession in 2005. And if you have not watched Dennis Rader's arrest and confession, it is astounding. He goes in court and basically explains line by line how he brutalized these poor women that he would invade their homes. He was called BTK because he would bound, torture, and kill his victims, including both the people he would rape and also sometimes their family members. He would even sort of be nice to them as he was doing it. Like he would, get them food, and then he would kill them. Like just a really, complete, psychopath. Just really bad guy, and he got away with it for a long time. And, meanwhile was claiming to be an upstanding man of the church. For us, as I'll say Raider, because Attila lived in a time where what he did was the norm. 5-Leaf Blaze, hi. Former Ghost is asking, so are numbers worse than method? That's for you guys to decide. We don't have a set rubric here. I mean, you guys got to decide what you think defines the worst person. Bequeathes doesn't trust people named Dennis. All right. Let's see. Somebody's complaining about the randomness. That's part of the challenge here. The randomness of this. Okay, looks like well, let's see. If anybody wants, okay, Attila the Hun has the votes here. I think. If anybody wants to drop a last vote in here, it's pretty close. But I think Attila the Hun has it, guys. So, definitely a much more scalable impact there by Attila the Hun. All right, here is our next matchup here between Vlad the Impaler and Pope Benedict. How do you compare them? Well, we're going to try to do it. So we talked about Pope Benedict. Vlad the Impaler, character Dracula, loosely based on him. It's a very sadistic personality, cruel acts done to the people that he reigned over in the 1400s. Killed about 20% of the population he presided over. That's a lot. Was famous for impaling his victims through the buttocks till the stake came out the mouth. He roasted children who he fed to their mothers. He cut off the breasts of women and forced their husbands to eat them. After that, he had them all impaled. He had a big passion for nails in the head, cutting off limbs, blinding people, strangling them, burning them, cutting off their noses and ears, mutilating their sexual organs, especially in the case of women, scalping them, skinning them, and exposing them to the elements or to animals, and or boiling them alive. So Vlad the Impaler had quite the passion for brutally killing people. Meanwhile, Pope Benedict basically oversaw some 11,000 allegations of child abuse against priests during his tenure as Pope, and didn't, to outward appearance, didn't seem to really do very much about it. 4% of priests that were serving during Pope Benedict's tenure were accused of molesting children, which is just an atrocious number. saying, not saying he was a good guy, but he didn't start it. Christians were being impaled for decades before Vlad went and gave the Muslims a taste of their own medicine. Speaking about Vlad the Impaler. This one's pretty overwhelming, guys. Vlad the Impaler has the votes here over Pope Benedict and is going to advance. All right, here we go. Interesting next one here. Another cross-generational mashup here, this time between Jeffrey Dahmer and Robespierre. I don't know how to compare this one. Jeffrey Dahmer officially killed 17 men and boys, but all the murders involved rape, dismemberment, necrophilia, and cannibalism. He somehow got the idea he could turn his victims into submissive zombies by drilling holes in their skulls while they were alive and filling them with boiling water while they were still alive. Jeffrey Dahmer had some pretty awful fetishes and would get drunk and carry them out on unsuspecting victims. And, pretty terrible stuff there by Dahmer. He had a whole freezer full of skulls. After he would kill people, he would try to liquefy their bodies into this like sludge that he would try to pour down his toilet. Pretty bad stuff there with Dahmer. Robespierre was a very different kind of leader. Robespierre was the architect of the French Revolution. He started out okay, but he had a passion for guillotining people. And he guillotined a lot of his enemies and invoked a reign of terror in which he killed over 40,000 people within 10 months. He believed that killing was better than forgiving. He ended the French courts and basically imposed a regime of mob rule, mass terror, and intimidation in which people were forced to toe the party line or else get killed. He ordered an attack on Vendée, killing over 100,000 men. And tried to replace a lot of the vestiges of French culture with kind of a completely brain-scrambled alternative. He renamed the Church of Notre Dame the Temple of Reason. He reinvented the French calendar and basically created a climate where things escalated and got more brutal and more people would get killed and guillotined and kind of taken out brutally by the mob, until he himself was taken out by the mob. So, the guillotine was very efficient. Yes, it was. So, yeah, he's a bad guy. So, guys, make your votes here. We got Jeffrey Dahmer against Robespierre. What do we think? What do we think? Dahmer, of course, super brutal. All right, what do we think here? If anybody has not voted, please vote. I think the votes are coming in pretty decisively here. Looks like Dahmer's got it, guys. Dahmer has got the votes here. So Jeffrey Dahmer advances. Which brings us to Fidel Castro versus Jim Jones. Let's sort through this one. Fidel Castro, Cuban revolutionary, leader of Cuba from 1959 to 2008. Definitely a pretty bad ruler. Thousands of Cubans were incarcerated in abysmal prisons. Thousands more were harassed, intimidated. He basically took power through the Cuban Revolution and completely went against his word and had his political opponents and even some of his allies brutalized and tortured. He single-handedly destroyed the entire Cuban private economy and replaced it with something that sent Cuban back to a kind of 1950s stalemate, made the country abundantly poorer, and created mass prisons whereby anybody who questioned or criticized him would be put in the most unbelievably brutal and sometimes very creatively brutal of prisons. Incredibly just horrible things. I've read stories about Fidel Castro's prisons in which he would basically allow people to sit like in solitary confinement chambers, but he'd poke holes in the roof so that guards could come by every hour and poke them with a stick for the sole purpose that they would never be able to get any REM sleep. So they would just be perpetually tired. He sowed Orwellian tactics to create a pervasive climate of fear in the country to preserve his own self-rule, all while creating a culture of tremendous poverty. And he's up here against Jim Jones. Jim Jones, the leader of the People's Temple cult that was so bad in San Francisco that it was forced to relocate to the jungles of Guyana. There, Jim Jones put people to work in labor camps and ultimately convinced over 900 of the followers to kill themselves with cyanide. He would basically be on loudspeakers 24/7, rambling to them, keeping them from getting sleep and brainwashing them. He convinced them all to commit suicide, drinking the Kool-Aid laced with cyanide, the largest loss of American civilian life in a single instant prior to 9/11 ever. Really, really, really brutal cult leader. I mean, maybe like the most brutal cult leader we've had. So, curious what people think on this one between Fidel Castro and Jim Jones. Obviously, Fidel Castro, a dictator. Jim Jones, a cult leader. Where do we think this one's going to go? Jonestown. Jim Jones was not a fan of people showing up and trying to figure out what he was up to. The quickest thing, it wasn't Kool-Aid armed. Former Ghost says this one is actually interesting. I hope a lot of them are interesting, especially as you get into some of the later rounds. This is interesting vote. If anybody hasn't voted, make sure to get your votes in here. It's tightening up here as we get more votes. I think we've got an answer, but if you haven't voted, please vote. Dictator Fidel Castro versus cult leader Jim Jones here. If anybody hasn't voted, get your votes in. All right. It looks like we've got an answer here, and it is... Well, this is a little tighter. I'm giving it a few seconds because it's been a close vote here. It's gotten tighter and tighter the longer it's gone. But I think we've got the votes that are going to come in here and the result is that, actually somewhat surprisingly, Jim Jones takes the vote here. So Jim Jones it is, 55-44 here over Fidel Castro. All right, leading to, I think this is the final matchup of this particular round before we move on to the next round. So this is between Leopold II and Eric Harris. So on this side of the bracket, I think Leopold II is the only person we haven't yet introduced. So let's see. Leopold II is a pretty bad guy. Leopold II, King of Belgium. He ruled over the Congo Free State, but committed a complete reign of terror over the Congo. 500,000 died of diseases. Many died of starvation. He killed 10 million Congolese people, which is 50% of the population of the Congo. All of this just to gain money and power. All of this from the small country of Belgium. Deciding the country wasn't big enough, he did what any leader would do. He went to Africa to start his own country and raid it for resources. He enslaved, tortured, and killed over 3 million people just so he could sell some ivory. So, sort of the very worst, like, colonialist ever. Norman thinks we're biased in our presentation. Well, we'll try to be unbiased in our presentation. Anyway, Leopold is pretty bad. Eric Harris, meanwhile, we talked a little bit about him. He's, of course, the Columbine ringleader. And he basically invented the modern genre of school shootings. Just a complete and utter psychopath. Like, really bad. And roped Dylan Klebold into his plot, designed basically to do nothing but inflict hurt and pain on his classmates. I don't know how you would, like, look your classmates in the face and just shoot them point blank. You know, like 14-year-olds. I mean, just completely subhuman. But this vote is definitely going a particular direction right now. Overwhelmingly here. So if anybody hasn't voted, get your vote in. Otherwise, this is kind of turning into a mathematical moot point. So we're going to go ahead and pick the winner here, which is Leopold II, and go ahead and close the poll to save everybody a little bit of time. Leopold wins overwhelmingly. So now we got to get through a couple of later round matchups here on this side of the bracket. We have Hitler up against Elsa Koch. So Hitler, you guys know Hitler. Hitler was the head of the Nazi Party in Germany during World War II. We also talked about Elsa Koch. Hitler, led the Holocaust, killed 6 million Jews, and indirectly killed some 50 million people. Elsa Koch was a concentration camp leader under Hitler with a particular fetish for torture and human skin. She's the one who would identify prisoners, point them out because she liked their skin, have them beaten. She would beat them herself, have them flayed, and then have all kinds of products in her house made out of their skin, known as one of the very worst and most brutal concentration camp people. Former ghost. Yes, this one does require some background. We did a bit of detailed background on Elsa Koch the first time around. This is not her first round through the ringer here, but she is pretty bad. Of course, she wouldn't exist without Hitler's will. That's true. So yes, Koch is definitely bad. She was known as the Butcher of Buchenwald. So basically, she kind of oversaw the Buchenwald prison camp, and just in the most horrendous of ways, did so. So, yeah, she would use their innocent human skin to make lamps, book skins, even handbags that she carried with her. She had a house full of things made out of the butchered human skin of people in the concentration camps. So, who's worse? The leader of the country that's overseeing all this, or the people who are actually enjoying, being a part of it? This is pretty tight, actually, in terms of the votes. If you haven't voted on this one, please vote. Obviously, Hitler, we know how bad Hitler was. And it wasn't just the killings with Hitler. I mean, it was the fact that Hitler decided to invade basically all of Europe. And subject basically the entire world to a war that pretty much from the beginning he knew he couldn't win. Tremendous racist. Was Hitler the original racist? No, racism was like super, super, super well entrenched well before Hitler. But certainly a emblematic example here. I'm going to leave this open here for a few more seconds. If anybody hasn't yet voted on this one, Hitler versus Elsa Koch. Filleting skin and displaying it in your house, or overseeing the regime that killed 6 million Jews. There's a little bit of a delay between what I see and when you guys vote. So I'll say there's about 10 seconds left, but by the time you guys hear that, I gotta wait a little bit longer than that. So Ilsa Koch is putting up a pretty good fight on this one. Let's see. I think though, it looks like at the end of the day, Hitler, who is our top overall seed in this entire bracket, I think is going to survive here. Not by a lot, but by a little bit here over Ilsa Koch. So Hitler advances with 58% of the vote on this one. So we are doing this bracket tonight, guys. If you're just joining us, we're trying to figure out who the worst person of all time is. We're now into second and third round matchups here on this side of the bracket. So these are going to go quicker now because we've already had introductions to a lot of these guys. You guys have heard the stories of some of these people. So we're going to move through this relatively quickly now. But again, you're voting for the person who you think is worse, not the person who you think is better. We're trying to figure out who the worst person of all time is. Mix and match here of dictators and serial killers and terrorists and other bad people. Heinrich Himmler oversaw the SS, basically planned the concentration camps and all the bad things the Nazi regime was doing. He was sort of the most brutal leader there of the Nazis during World War II, versus Boko Haram, who is, through a regime of terrorism, trying to send Nigeria backwards into a prior century, brutalizing young girls, raping children, and things like that. Pretty brutal in his own right. And just sort of also brutal. Like, I think it's underrated just how brutal it is to, try to hold back the progress of a country, particularly one like Nigeria, that is very much on the upswing. Kidnapping mass numbers of young girls is, just to ensure that girls don't have rights is like pretty darn awful. So, yeah. Curious, guys. We gotta get a couple more votes in here on this one. Himmler versus Boko Haram. Anybody have any additional thoughts here? We've got a lean, certainly, but it's not overwhelming. This could still turn around if people vote a particular direction. Okay, I think it's starting to trend a particular direction, so we're going to go ahead and pick Heinrich Himmler here and close the poll on that one. Heinrich Himmler, clearly a pretty terrible person. Which brings us to Mussolini, the inventor of fascism, versus Karl Panzram. So I'm curious how this one's going to go. Panzram is pretty awful. So is Mussolini, though. Mussolini invents fascism. His black shirts commit a regime of terrorism against his political opponents. Meanwhile, he tries to dismantle the entire kind of institution of democracy in Italy. Allies with Hitler. Starts trying to... He never kind of gets all the way there, but he starts committing, same with a lot of the same atrocities in Italy that Hitler was committing in Italy or in Germany. Anti-Jewish legislation, very racist, all that kind of stuff. At the same time, Panzram, killer, rapist, arsonist, burglar, robber, vandal, sodomized over 1,000 boys and men. Killed somewhere between 21 and 100 people. Also poisoned the water, sank some ships. Really degrading and antagonizing to his victims. Spat on people while he was being executed. Just a pretty awful, just an awful person. No conscience in the guy, and it's amazing. He did such a diverse array of things. Had a sort of passion. I guess he said he just did it out of rage, but would often rob people, rape them, and then kill them. Again, thousands of men and boys directly raped by him. And he wrote all about it in his autobiography. I don't know if that's like a book out there that you can read. Pretty horrific if it is. So, get your votes in there. Mussolini versus Karl Panzram here. This is tight. This is tight, guys. If anybody hasn't voted, get your votes in. Pretty soon we're going to have a very good sense of who's emerging from this bracket on this side of the bracket. We now have an exact tie, guys, so if anybody hasn't voted, you have the chance to sway this thing, one direction or the other. This is a classic dictator versus serial killer, serial rapist, serial sodomist matchup here. Michelle, leaders are held to a higher standard. There are different standards you can use, in your votes here. This is back to being an exact tie, guys. We have 28 votes in. If anybody has not voted, this is your last chance. Otherwise, I am going to cast the tie-breaking vote. If there is anybody watching who has not voted, your vote will be the tiebreaker here. We're waiting for one more vote, because this is right now just like a straight-up tie. And I'm killing time waiting to see if anybody else is going to come in here, because I don't want to have to be the tiebreaker. Norman said I had a battle of conscious voting, but instinct kicked in. Former Ghost says phone a friend. Holly says Mussolini. MMH says the suspense. This is Will saying Carl the lunatic to the end. I am not getting any more votes, guys. If I get the last vote here, guys, I'm going to vote. I'm going to vote here, guys, and I'm going to vote for Holly says Mrs. Land. Who would Mrs. Land vote for in this case? I actually have a feeling of who Mrs. Land might vote for in this case. Oh, no, we got the final vote here, guys. Somebody came in here and voted, I believe, the tie-breaking vote. So I don't have to be the tiebreaker here. I think the tie-breaking vote has now come in. And it's Mussolini. Just barely. 51 to 48. I'm not so sure I wouldn't have voted for Panzram. Not so much. I mean, obviously Mussolini's impact has been substantially worse over time, but I think I hate to sort of like describe it this way, but Panzram in a way is sort of more interesting, and I think perhaps just more sort of intentionally horrible. But anyway, we have our next matchup here between Warren Jeffs and Nero. So this is hard to compare across generations. These are completely different from one another. Warren Jeffs, of course, led a fundamentalist sect of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, in which he, would commit a lot of atrocities against young girls. I mean, really bad stuff. He would marry young girls, doing like stuff like that in the name of religion. Just particularly brutal. He wasn't even convicted for a fraction of some of the things he actually did. So that's pretty bad. At the same time, though, Nero is one of the most brutal leaders of all time. Again, just to remind people, Nero burnt entire cities, murdered thousands of people, and he murdered every member in his own family. He had people stabbed, burned, boiled, crucified, and impaled. He started the fire that burned Rome. He blamed it on the Christians. And then he brutally tortured the Christians. He was a deranged Roman Empire who had his own mother executed and poisoned his stepbrother. He used to burn prisoners in his garden at night as a source of light. Nero is pretty darn terrible, as people go historically. So, put in your votes. It's, there's a standard, I guess, that we hold historic leaders to that's maybe a little different than we hold people to today. On the other hand, there's a standard we hold people to in positions of power that may be different from what we hold civilians to. So I'm curious how this is going to play out. This is another very close one right now, guys. Nero was after Pontius Pilate. Will, yes, that's right. I believe Caligula was the contemporary of Pontius Pilate. Caligula is going to come up here on the other side of the bracket. So there's still a whole second side of this that's going to bring up a whole new regime of individuals. This one is now also a complete and perfect tie here between Warren Jeffs and Nero, guys. So if anybody has not voted, please put your votes into the mix here. Just a reminder, Warren Jeffs had a penchant for arranging marriages between his followers and underage girls. Was found guilty of sexual assault on a minor for raping a 15-year-old that he himself had married, as well as sexual assault against a child for raping a different 12-year-old that he had also married. He was sentenced for life in prison, plus 20 years. One of his own relatives wrote the memoir Lost Boy, which accounts alleged instances of child sexual abuse inflicted on him by Jeffs, his brothers, and other family members, committed when he was 5 years old. So, definitely a pervert, Warren Jeffs. It is not a tie right now, so if anybody has not voted, I'm going to close the voting here in about 5 seconds. So, by the time you hear this, get your vote in now. Don't hold out any longer, because I'm going to close it down. All right, the votes are in, and it is Nero who prevails here. Nero had the votes opened up there just a little bit at the end. He got 57% of the vote. Which brings us to Stalin versus Ted Bundy. All right, here we go. Stalin. Former leader of the Soviet Union. We talked about him. Responsible aggregately for the deaths of around 60 million people through the aggregation of famine that he himself caused out of basically sheer narcissism. He was responsible for the rapes of 1.5 million German women, led a completely irresponsible and brutal style of war in World War II, leading to the deaths of 24 million Soviet citizens during the war, which is amazing because the whole country only had about 140 million people in it. I mean, just unbelievable, staggering numbers of people were killed in the Soviet Union during Stalin's tenure. Meanwhile, Ted Bundy was a murderer. Went up and down the American West Coast and charmed women and committed 30 murders in 7 states, all over the course of about 4 years. Potentially was responsible for hundreds of murders in an era when people really didn't care. Police didn't really care that much about poor prostitutes and people like that in that era. So, Bundy was a shoe salesman. I think it's a different Bundy, Quiet Castle. Al Bundy did not make his way into this bracket. And I don't think Al Bundy's like an American hero. Okay, this one is definitely trending overwhelming here, so we're not going to leave this one open. Joseph Stalin clearly has the votes here to move on, so Joseph Stalin beats Ted Bundy in this matchup. Which brings us to Muhammad Atta versus Attila the Hun. So, again, Muhammad Atta, the lead hijacker, the mastermind behind the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center, working under Al-Qaeda, the lead hijacker responsible for 9/11. Pretty awful, pretty brutal. I don't know what else to say about Muhammad Atta. Islamic supremacist. Came up with the idea to commandeer these aircraft, crash them into buildings, kill thousands of people. versus Attila the Hun, leader of the Huns, who basically had a penchant for invading places and destroying them along the way. Destroyed most of the world outside Rome. Destroyed all of Italy the day before his wedding, just as a present for his bride. What a guy. Jay Luther thinks the mastermind of 9/11 was Dick Cheney. Alright, guys, this is, this show's like jury duty. No sleep tonight till I find out his will. Well, we're marching right along, Will. We'll keep plowing through this. If you haven't voted on this one, please get your vote in. This is close right now. If it weren't close, I would shut it down, but it is close, so it's almost a tie right now. If anybody hasn't voted on this one, please vote. Attila the Hun. Tried to take over the whole world versus Muhammad Atta. Tried to take out the United States with airplanes. Christie thinks Muhammad Atta was made up. Former ghost, this is better than the Super Bowl. Wow. That is definitely something. 5 seconds, guys. We've got a lean here now in the votes. But man, is it tight. It is tight. If anybody hasn't voted, I'm going to give you 5 more seconds to put your votes in. I think the votes are in. We're going to go with Attila the Hun has the votes here to clinch. 55% of the vote went to Attila the Hun. So he moves on. Leaves us with Vlad the Impaler versus Jeffrey Dahmer. So, Vlad the Impaler killed 20% of the population of the territory he controlled. Again, he's the guy who would impale victims through the buttocks till the steak came out of their mouths. He roasted children, fed them to their mothers, cut off the breasts of women, and forced their husbands to eat them. Famous for fetishizing nails in heads, cutting off limbs, blinding strangulation, burning, cutting off noses and ears, mutilation of sexual organs, scalping, skinning, and exposing people to the elements and or to animals and boiling them alive. Might have actually been friends with Jeffrey Dahmer, who had many of the same fetishes. Jeffrey Dahmer, of course, is the guy who had a penchant for necrophilia and cannibalism, as he would go out to gay bars in Milwaukee and abduct largely younger males, like young teenagers a lot of the time, bring them back to his place where he would rape them and dismember them, often picking apart their bodies and keeping the skulls in his freezer and turning their bodies into a viscous sludge. Would inject needles into their brains, putting acid in their skulls, trying to turn them into human zombies. Would often just leave them with really bad headaches before he killed them. So, yeah, bad guy. They are similar in some ways. They look kind of similar. It says read between the lines. They are fairly similar, but the vote here is overwhelmingly on behalf of Vlad the Impaler. So we're going to go ahead and let Vlad win this matchup. Which brings us to our next matchup here between Jim Jones and Leopold II. So Jim Jones, of course, the cult leader responsible for Jonestown. Led to the death of 913 people who committed a mass suicide at his direction by drinking some kind of liquid laced with cyanide in the jungles of Guyana, where he had basically turned his people's temple into a work camp, versus Leopold. Oh, Leopold was bad. Basically colonized the Congo, killed a lot of people there in the Congo. 10 million Congolese died. half the population of Congo died under the leadership of Leopold. Enslaved, tortured, and killed 3 million people. 500,000 people died of disease, all because he wanted to pillage the Congo for money. So, get your votes in. We got Leopold here against Jim Jones. And it is trending pretty overwhelming here. I'll give it just a second here, and then we'll move on to our next matchup here. Yeah, this is definitely overwhelming here, so we're not going to extend this out any further. Leopold II beats out Jim Jones here in our bracket. So we're now into, what are we into? I believe we're into the Elite Eight on this side of the bracket. So we're definitely counting down here on this side, which brings us to Hitler. This is like the battle of Nazi leaders. And it really is a question of who you think is the worst Nazi here. Is it Hitler, who's like overseeing the whole operation and declaring wars and things like that, you know, leading the whole Nazi charge, spreading racism across the countryside? Or is it Heinrich Himmler, who is the architect who's actually inventing the concentration camps, who actually came up with the plan to kill 10 million people, including not only the Jews in the concentration camps, but also to torture and brutalize Russian soldiers and Russian civilians. You know, Himmler, perhaps even more than Hitler, had a passion for just kind of brutality. Hitler definitely knew what Himmler was doing, says Will Budick, for sure. I mean, Hitler's the guy in charge here, and, you know, Hitler's the guy who was running a whole operation here between the concentration camps and, you know, declaring war on the entire world, which, you know, he knew he was going to lose and was going to result in a huge amount of death and the destruction of his own country, and yet he basically did it anyway, ruining the lives of tens of millions of people, being responsible for more deaths than anybody else in history, and destroying an entire continent. Ultimately responsible for the deaths of up to 50 million people. So, you know, Himmler, pretty bad too. He also is one of these guys that had the furniture made from the bones and the skin of Jewish victims. He knew what he was doing was wrong. He ended up committing suicide. Even his own colleagues wanted nothing to do with him. Definitely the mastermind behind the genocide. So we got votes in here, guys. Seems like it's a close vote, but there is a lean here in the vote. So bone furniture. Yeah, okay. I think Hitler's got the votes here. So Hitler is going to advance here over his pal Heinrich Himmler. Okay, Hitler it is. So now that brings us to Mussolini versus Nero. So here we go. Mussolini versus Nero. Mussolini had a very close race in the last matchup between himself and Karl Panzram. Of course, Mussolini invents fascism, sends his black shirts out to ravage his political opponents and completely destroy the democratic system of Italy. Imposes like a sort of mass totalitarian regime in Italy. Allies with Hitler, tries to take out the world, imposes anti-Jewish, super racist policies across Italy. You know, bad stuff. Nero, meanwhile, you know, like we said, Nero is also a fetishist for burning, murdering, torturing. Started the Great Fire of Rome, very anti-Christian, killed his family, burned prisoners for fun. Yeah, Nero's bad. And clearly, Nero is getting the overwhelming majority of the votes here. So I'm going to go ahead and give this one to Nero with mostly a landslide victory there. So congratulations to Nero for winning with an overwhelming margin. So, moving right along, Stalin versus Attila the Hun. Stalin, responsible for the deaths of 60 million people. We've talked extensively about Stalin. Again, Attila the Hun basically invaded and tried to conquer the entire world. You know, these are just two people who led entire nations who... They kind of had a little bit different orientations. I mean, Attila the Hun was more of a conqueror, would, brutalize his enemies. Stalin seemed to have no problem brutalizing his own people. Enormous, this is a hard choice. Attila the Hun? Alright, we're getting some pretty... we had a lot of close rounds there a few minutes ago. Now we're getting some one-sided rounds. You know, now we're having to separate the wheat from the chaff here. And clearly this is doing just that. I was wondering if chalk was going to prevail in this bracket. And, you know, despite some close matchups, it seems like chalk is doing pretty well so far for the most part. Chalk being, you know, the number one seeds advancing. And I think that's what's going to happen in this matchup here. I don't think this one is likely to turn around. So we're going to go ahead and give this one to Joseph Stalin, who leads this particular vote. So congratulations, Stalin. He wins this one 65-34. Which brings us to Vlad the Impaler versus Leopold. Alright, so Vlad the Impaler. Man, these guys both like killed a huge percentage of the populations they controlled. In Vlad the Impaler's case, it was 20% of his own population. In the case of Leopold, it was half of the population of the Congo. Vlad seemed to have like more of a penchant for really brutal deaths. He's the one who was feeding children to their mothers and roasting children and cutting off the breasts of women and forcing their husbands to eat them and stuff like that. Whereas Leopold was just like a horrendously impersonal colonizer. Who seemed to think nothing of destroying like an entire country and killing half its people for the benefit of his own country. So depends what you view as worse. Is just the sort of pure sadism of Vlad the Impaler worse, or is the completely like inhuman colonialism, the sort of psychopathic colonialism of Leopold worse? And right now it looks like there's a clear answer emerging here in the vote. And it is certainly trending a particular direction. If anybody hasn't voted, please get your votes in. But overwhelmingly here, it is going to Vlad the Impaler over Leopold. So, congratulations to Vlad the Impaler on your victory. Okay, now we're getting to some real stuff here. This is like a real matchup here. Hitler versus Nero. These are like, man. Okay, so Nero, again, Roman emperor. Starts out his career by having his entire family killed in the most brutal means imaginable. Enjoys burning prisoners, burns down the city of Rome, leads a regime of untold terror across the Roman Empire. People get stabbed, boiled, burned, crucified, and impaled. And while he's doing this, he's also like a terrible leader. like, he oversees, like, a tyrannical, self-indulgent, sort of debaucherous regime, but, like, it's not even all that successful. Super negative assessments of his personality and reign. So he's real bad. Of course, Hitler is also quite bad. You know, Hitler does the whole Holocaust thing. So, yeah, Hitler's real bad. Hardcore shit, says Norman. Yes, definitely. Both were terrible leaders. Yeah, that's true. This one needs some thought, says former Ghost. You know, once again, we're doing this bracket tonight, guys, and I'm glad you guys are hanging with us as we do this bracket. You know, it doesn't count for anything per se. I mean, we're trying to figure out who the worst person of all time is, but you know, it's not like what we decide here is going to be some like binding decision for the state of the world. So, you know, vote for who you think the answer should be, and don't give it too much thought. But I appreciate people, you know, engaging all this. Both were evil. Big Dog, yep, definitely. If anybody hasn't dropped a like or a subscribe on the stream tonight, by the way, I appreciate it. The likes help us out with YouTube. The subscribes help you guys know when we're on. So make sure to drop a like and a subscribe on the video if you haven't. Check our description if you haven't joined our Discord. Think about joining our Discord. That link is in the description. Contribute to our Duck Fund. Our Duck Fund is also linked in the description. We appreciate the contributions there. So, let's see. Hitler seems to have a bit of a lead right now. If anybody hasn't voted, the whole point of doing this is to think hard. This is definitely a thinkier bracket than we have done in the past. So, you know, kudos to you guys for sticking with us on it and hanging with us on all this. There's a lot of thought that has to go into some of these, and a bit of learning. D. Green, we did Pontius Pilate. Pontius Pilate got knocked out pretty early on. So, last chance, guys. Anybody wants to vote on this one? It's turned into a little bit of a tight vote. I'll give it just another couple seconds here. If anybody has not dropped their vote in the votey thing, please do that now. I'm not seeing any additional votes, so we're going to go ahead and pick the guy who's ahead here, and that's Hitler. Okay, now we're getting to the very end of this side of the bracket, guys. We've now got Stalin versus Vlad the Impaler. That was a bit of a close one. Yeah, Hitler versus Nero was kind of close. Hitler's won a lot of close matchups so far. All right, now we got Stalin versus Vlad. Some of these historic ones I know are a little hard to keep track of, but just a reminder, Vlad the Impaler. The character of Dracula is based on Vlad the Impaler. The people of Wallachia, where he reigned as prince in the 1400s, killed 20% of the population. His favorite pastimes: cutting off limbs, binding, strangulation, burning, cutting off noses and ears, mutilating sexual organs, particularly women, scalping, skinning, boiling people alive, feeding children to their mothers, and cutting off the breasts of women and force-feeding them to their husbands. After all that, he had them all impaled, generally through the buttocks, until the stake came out of the mouth. Seems painful to be under the regime of Vlad the Impaler. Of course, Stalin, meanwhile, is killing people through many different means, including mass famines, malnourishing his army, starving the countryside, presiding over a kind of totalitarian communist regime in the Soviet Union. Another stash battle. That's true. Yeah, these guys both have stashes. A lot of evil men had cool mustaches for some reason, says Big Dog. Guys, this is a exact tie right now. This is a 50-50 tie here between Stalin and Vlad. So, you know, whoever hasn't voted, you got a lot of power right now. Former ghost had steak come out of the mouth the last time I went to Ponderosa. I don't know what that means. Stalin's death toll, 60 million people, is definitely higher, but as a percentage of his population, probably a little bit lower. Okay, guys, last chance. I got 5 seconds because we do have a... The tie has now been broken. So, last chance. 5-second warning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.5, 1. Okay, it goes to Joseph Stalin. Here, congratulations, Joseph Stalin. And that brings us to the final matchup of this side of the bracket. Amazingly, it's a completely chalk matchup here. This is a chalk matchup, guys. These are the 2 #1 seeds from this side of the bracket. I was curious if anybody was going to give them a challenge. And so it is here. We'll open the polling here between Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin, arguably the 2 worst dictators of the 20th century. This is like the matchup perhaps everyone was waiting for the whole time. You know, of course, Hitler leads the Nazis, Holocaust, World War II, all that stuff. Stalin's death count actually probably a little bit higher, reigned for a lot longer. Hitler did all of his atrocities in only a few years. Stalin reigned for 30-plus years. This is, you know, this is like really, it's just a matter of perspective on who you think is worse here between Hitler and Stalin. Now, Stalin did defeat Hitler in World War II, leading to the suicide of Adolf Hitler. Stalin's legacy has continued on to this day, says Faraz. This one is hard. I don't remember gas chambers in Russia. And Stalin did plenty of killing of his own people, D. Green. I mean, he basically... he not only did he starve a huge number of people through kind of narcissistic incompetence, but he put a huge number of people in work camps. I mean, he, they might not have been concentration camps of the Nazi variety, but they were incredibly brutal, and far more people died in Soviet work camps than ever died under Nazi concentration camps. For us, Stalin is far worse. Water is essential to all life. That's true. Can there be a tie? Generally, Big Dog, if there's a tie, I reserve the right to break a tie. We almost had that earlier. And then somebody slipped in a vote at the very last second. And it allowed... Let's see, who slipped by? Mussolini slipped by on a very, very, very close vote earlier, where it was literally the very final vote that broke it. But right now, I mean, if anybody hasn't voted here on Hitler versus Stalin, please get your votes in. Get your votes in here, guys. This is tight, but it's shaping up to be, well, it's actually relatively decisive at this point. So if anybody hasn't voted, please vote. Hitler versus Stalin. Pretty decisive here, guys. It's Hitler. The top overall seed prevails. He comes out of the left side of the bracket. Congratulations to Adolf Hitler. You are the worst person, at least of the first half of the bracket. So congratulations, Adolf Hitler. So 62-37, Hitler. Yeah, Hitler, well-deserving, terrible, terrible, terrible individual. You know, bad guy. Very, very, very bad guy. Okay, guys. That is the first side of the bracket. And it is kind of odd the way this software works, where they make us pick a whole single side of the bracket before we pick anybody on the second side. Jeanette didn't pick a single winner, really? Oh, Jeanette, you got to get your votes in. So there is a whole second side of this bracket. We're going to start it here. If you guys want to stick around, we're going to start the second side of the bracket. We'll see how far we get with it. It depends how many people stick around. Whether we work our way all the way through the second side, or whether we work our way part of the way through the second side, and then figure out who the ultimate winner is tomorrow night. So we'll have to see. But we hope you guys can stick with us here for a little bit. Oh, Jeanette didn't pick. Oh, okay, Jeanette didn't pick the one who came out on top. Interesting. Okay. So we've got a whole second side here that does include people like Pol Pot and Idi Amin, Jay Luther. That's true. So we are halfway there, guys. We said this was going to be a long bracket, but we wanted to be exhaustive, trying to get to who the worst person of all time is. We know Hitler is going to be in the finals. So Norman is stuck like glue to us. We hope the rest of you will be stuck like glue to us too. So we need a halftime show. The halftime show involves some consumption of the fizzy water here. Tasty fizzy water. Yeah, okay, MMH is playing some music. There's our halftime show. Okay, who's our winner tonight? Yeah, our winner. We should pick a winner here. We'll definitely have fireworks afterwards, Big Dog, for sure. If you guys want to keep chatting after we pick our winner. Big Dog is the winner tonight. Congratulations, Big Dog. If I were picking a halftime show, who would be my preferred halftime act? That's a tough one. John Celeste is asking, am I high? I'm not high right now, John Celeste, no. All right. Get a stretch, guys. Stretch your arms, stretch your legs. You know, just be happy you're not under the regime of Vlad the Impaler or Hitler or Stalin or any of these guys. However bad you may think your current leadership is, it's probably not as bad as that. Will says maybe next show. We're going to keep going here for a little bit, Will. We might end up finishing it on the next show. So we'll dig in here a little bit, and then we'll come back and maybe try to finish it later on. So we'll see. We'll see how far we get here. Candy, interesting comment there about things that may have been learned as the product of some of the research out of the Nazi regime. I don't know. I can't really speak to that. Yeah, Hitler didn't make it out of the, Trump didn't make it out of the first round. Okay, guys. Let's see. We're not missing any major news right now, are we? Yeah, just more political bickering in the news right now. So, anyway. Okay, let's dig into the second side of this bracket here. Had a little bit of a halftime show. So, there is a whole second side here. We know Hitler is going to be in the finals. If anybody hasn't dropped a like or a subscribe on the video tonight, I do appreciate that. The likes help us out with YouTube. The subscribes help you guys know when we're on. Check our description for links to our Discord and our Duck Fund. So we appreciate all that stuff. And I don't know. Sorry to plug so much, but we do appreciate all that stuff. If you're not on our Discord, the Discord's a great place to kind of chat through all this after the fact, even when we're not streaming. So we definitely recommend that. Okay, world is still intact. Back to the brackets. It's former Ghost. Good call. John Celeste is here for uplifting dialogue. Well, I don't know. Uplifting, we're doing the bracket of the worst people of all time, most evil killers and whatnot of all time. We got serial killers, we got dictators, really bad people in this bracket. So we are working our way through. Okay, the first matchup here of the second half of the bracket. Just like the first half, we've got some what we call sort of play-in games here. Games that are basically between lower-seeded individuals that we need to do before we can really shape the full second half of the bracket. So we've got a matchup here first between Ed Gein and Marshall Applewhite. So Ed Gein is also known as the Butcher of Plainfield. Kind of a sad story, frankly. American murderer and body snatcher. So Ed Gein, his mother dies, and he gets really lonely. And 18 months after his mother dies, he goes to visit her grave, where he decides to dig up her body with a pry bar. And he digs up his mother and removes her head, which he takes home to shrink. And this triggers something in him, and he decides to basically start systematically robbing graves and collecting body parts. He uses them to make household items, clothing, and masks. Police discovered the head of somebody named Mary Hogan, who had disappeared. He not only is digging up already dead bodies, but he also becomes a serial killer. And he gains worldwide notoriety for basically picking apart their bodies. Now, he claims he was not a cannibal or a necrophiliac, but did admit to grave robbing. He was judged insane. He was found guilty of a murder. I mean, he probably did a lot of murders, but yeah, pretty brutal individual here. Ed Gein, kind of a very sad story, though. He's up here against Marshall Applewhite, who, an American religious leader, founded the Heaven's Gate cult, which you may have heard of, and organized a mass suicide that was the largest mass suicide to occur inside the U.S. to that point in American history. So this is the group that was intrigued by the famous Hale-Bopp comet and rumors of an accompanying spaceship. This was all the work of Marshall Applewhite, basically brainwashing people to commit a mass suicide. It was pretty horrific. They all wore like matching white Nike sneakers. They isolated themselves inside and recorded farewell statements. They all praised Applewhite in their final messages and committed suicide. He was a tremendous manipulator, really kind of just a bad cult leader kind of guy. So, Ed Gein, Marshall Applewhite. Jay Luther was there for this one. Probably not. What do you like, the necrophiliac grave robber or the cult leader that convinced hundreds of people to commit suicide? Marshall Applewhite sounds like the name of a football coach. You're thinking Major Applewhite, big dog. Major Applewhite was the quarterback at Texas about 20 years ago. It's probably who you're thinking of. Jay Luther was in the neighborhood at the Heaven's Gate thing? Really? Wow, okay. Well, here we go. Why so many serial killers? I like cereal with berries and milk, says Quiet. Better to keep them safe. I think we actually have more dictators than we have anything else in this whole bracket. We've got a few serial killers, but not as many as we have dictators. So, this is actually a very close vote here, guys, between the necrophiliac murderer, grave robber, create furniture in his home out of bodies, versus the guy that convinced a bunch of people to commit suicide. Close vote. So if you haven't voted, drop your vote in here. Heaven's Gate. D. Green, you might be right. I think Heaven's Gate's death toll was only in the upper 30s. I think it was like 39 or something like that. Yeah, biggest mass suicide committed in the United States, though. Very sad. I mean, very sad for all those people that got brainwashed. There were other things he was doing within that cult that were pretty bad. I mean, the same things that always happen with these cults. There was, use of power to rape people and things like that, and manipulate them and kind of blackmail them into not leaving, all that kind of stuff. This is a very close vote, guys. If anybody has not voted, I'm going to give you the 5-ish second warning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.5, 1.25, 1, and there you go. It's oh, wait a minute, guys. Hold the phone. This just turned into a tie. This is now a tie. This is officially a tie, which means somebody has to break the tie. If anybody has not voted on this one, because you're not sure who these people are, you're not sure who should win, just make a pick. Whoever instinctively strikes you as the worst individual here between the necrophiliac grave robber versus the sadistic cult leader. Make your pick here. Okay, we got a pick here, and I'm going to run with that pick because we got to move on. It is Marshall Applewhite by a nose. Jay Lucas's vote for Nike. Well, Nike did, oh no, somebody picked the tie. I don't know. I probably would have picked Marshall Applewhite too. Frankly, I think Ed Gein is a tragic case. I think whatever he did sort of reluctantly. Where I think Marshall Applewhite was just a really bad guy. So anyway, somebody voted there at the last second and turned it back into a tie, but I think I would have broken that tie by voting for Applewhite. So no harm, no foul there. Which brings us to, this is like maybe the weakest matchup of all of them, frankly. So I don't know what we're going to do with this one. This is not a tremendously impressive matchup, frankly. Okay, so Sani al-Baka. Let's see. Sani al-Baka, general, ruled for only 5 years, but during that time operated a secretive and brutal regime that left Nigeria in absolute poverty. Obtained power through a military coup in 1993. Then issued a decree that gave him absolute power by placing the authority of the government in his own hands. Like so many brutal leaders, basically started a brutal regime of imprisoning his political opponents. He then went through kind of a covert process by which he basically absconded with all of the country's money for himself. He stole a tremendous amount of money. He's one of the most corrupt leaders of the 20th century. He took more than $4.3 billion from the government for himself in a country where the entire GDP at the time was somewhere around the neighborhood of $10 billion. He took like 40% of the country's money for himself. Human rights abuses were rampant during his tenure. He would kill or imprison political opposition, torture and imprison people for minor crimes, and basically imprison the relatives of people in the opposing party, just to try to twist the arms of people that he didn't like. So he's pretty bad. Maybe not quite to the level of a Hitler or something like that. Meanwhile, of course, Ellen DeGeneres, comedian, television host, actress, writer, producer, very sort of sanctimonious, happy-go-lucky TV host, but also has been accused of a tremendous amount of toxic stuff with her employees, a very abusive work environment in any manner of ways. So she's not a great person either. I am interested, actually, that this vote is going the way it is right now. If anybody has not voted here, please do vote. We got Sani here versus Ellen. It was a tight vote, guys. If anybody hasn't voted yet, please do drop your vote here in the little poll thingy. A lot of jokes here about Ellen DeGeneres. Okay, guys, 5-second warning on this one. If anybody hasn't voted here on Ellen versus Sani, please do. Please do, please do, please do. 5, 4, 3, to 1.5, 1.25. Oh wow, guys, this is really getting tight here. If anybody has not voted, you definitely want to place your vote now, because this is super, super, super tight. You know, if anybody has any thoughts on this one, I had to pause my countdown because it actually flipped. It was actually trending in a certain direction, and it flipped there at the very last second as people threw in their last second votes. Who is it? Tell us already, says MMH. I'm holding out because it's so close. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to tell you that the winner is Sani Al-Baka, and go ahead and close the poll here. That was amazing. That was actually way in Ellen's corner for most of the voting period there. She was ahead. And then at the very last second, a bunch of votes came in and it went the other direction toward Sani Al-Baka. So that was a very close vote. I suppose that was not a super serious vote, perhaps by a lot of people. But anyway, so it is. Sani Al-Baka moves on. Which brings us to our next matchup here. Interesting matchup here between Karl Marx and Henry Kissinger. So we said at the outset here, we were not going to put a lot of people in this bracket that were just purely ideologues. You know, this bracket was going to be of people that like really tangibly did awful things. Karl Marx is a bit of an exception to that. He was somebody who was requested to be in this bracket. So, you know, he, of course, was a German philosopher, critic of the economy and stuff like that. Wrote the Communist Manifesto. His political and philosophical thought has had enormous influence on the world for a long period of time. Revolutions in dozens of countries have been inspired by Marx. The Russian Revolution, Mao, Lenin, Fidel Castro, Nelson Mandela, Xi Jinping, all have cited Marx as an influence. Marx's ideas have informed political parties worldwide. 158 Marxist revolutions around the world in the 20th century. Some have claimed linking him to the deaths of up to 100 million people in the 20th century because of the rise of Marxism. So, you know, he didn't himself kill a bunch of people the way some of these other people did, so you got to take that into account. But his ideas certainly, you know, some would say his ideas have helped spawn workers' rights and things like that. On the other hand, he spawned a lot of regimes that weren't very good for their people. Henry Kissinger was also requested here, guys. So just a reminder, these are sort of early round, maybe not the greatest matchups here. But he was Secretary of State under Richard Nixon, and I guess advised Gerald Ford too. Negotiated ceasefire in Vietnam, received the 1973 Nobel Peace Prize. Did a lot of things that were highly accoladed, but has had a lot of critics, among them Christopher Hitchens, who says Kissinger deserves prosecution for war crimes, for crimes against humanity, and for offenses against common or customary or international law, including conspiring to commit murder, kidnap, and torture. Calls him a stupendous liar with a remarkable memory. So, anyway, any other thoughts on this one, guys? GH, thanks for stopping by. Okay, this seems to be trending in a particular direction here, guys. So if we don't get any more votes on this one, you know, I mean, one of the things Kissinger did is, I mean, he was part of the brains behind opening up China, which, you know, in a sense has sort of opened the floodgates for China to rise into a world power, you know, threatening the United States in countless geopolitical ways. That may have been inadvertent. Okay, so it seems like there is definitely a lean in this one, and we're going to go ahead and award this one to Karl Marx and close down our poll. which leads us to our next matchup here between Ted Kaczynski versus O.J. Simpson. So like I said, some of these early matchups, not necessarily the greatest matchups. But here we go. This is the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, against O.J. Simpson. Kind of an interesting matchup, actually. Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, American domestic terrorist, was a math professor, a genius, actually. Abandoned his academic career in 1969 to pursue a primitive life up in Montana. Conducted a 17-year bombing campaign, wounded 23 people and killed 3 in an attempt to bring about a revolution against the industrial system. He would make pipe bombs and then covertly mail them to people around the country based on things he was reading in the newspaper. Got away with it for a very long time because he wouldn't put return addresses on his envelopes and made them very, very hard to track. So he mailed these pipe bombs around the country, and kind of inspired it, like a national terror for a while. While living in a 10 by 12 foot little shack up in Montana. Meanwhile, O.J. Simpson, of course, was a super popular figure. Football player, actor, advertising spokesman, but became famous. I mean, he already was famous, but became famous specifically in 1994 when he was tried for the murders of his former wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend Ron Goldman. Amazingly, was acquitted in that trial. Even though the evidence pretty overwhelmingly pointed to the idea that he had done the crime. Said he was going to commit himself to a life of finding the real killer. Did not do that at all. Spent a lot of time at the golf course. Ultimately got imprisoned anyway for stealing memorabilia in Las Vegas. O.J. Simpson. Like, really bad, evil guy. Wild Bill says he was framed. If the glove don't fit, you must acquit. You think? Well, he got off on the criminal charges, and he ended up having to pay a lot in civil charges. So this is pretty overwhelming, though. I don't know that additional votes here are going to turn this one around. So, Ted Kaczynski, I think, is going to be our winner on this particular vote, so we're going to go ahead and let him prevail in this one. All right, which brings us to another interesting matchup here between Albert Fish versus Earl Brian Bradley. I'm going to go ahead and open this one up and give you a little bit of background on Albert Fish. Albert Fish, the original boogeyman. He's a bad guy. He killed a lot of children, abducted a 4-year-old boy. Two children were playing outside their apartment. One was 3 years old, one was 4. Fish was renting a room in the complex. After a while of watching them, he briskly walked by the 2 boys and picked up the 4-year-old and dragged him away. The 3-year-old later told him that the boogeyman had taken him. Fish confessed to the child's murder, told the boy's mother everything he did to the child. It's gruesome. Albert Fish became like the prototype for the colloquial boogeyman and killed a whole bunch of people back in, like, one of the very first major American serial killers. Was also a cannibal, by the way. Liked to eat children as well. So he's a bad guy. Meanwhile, Earl Brian Bradley was a pediatrician in Delaware and a convicted child rapist. He was indicted in 2010 on 471 charges of molesting, raping, and exploiting 103 child patients, 102 girls and 1 boy. Some of his victims were as young as 3 months old. He was charged in April 2010 with an additional 58 offenses. The worst pedophile in American history. He had access to 7,000 pediatric patients. was found guilty on all consolidated charges brought against him, was sentenced to 14 consecutive life terms in prison. So he's a pretty bad guy. Yeah, 3 months old, guys. That's pretty terrible. A handsome boy. I hate to. That's yeah. Fish had a very bad hairpiece. Yes, he did, but it was the 20s. So these are both guys that would prey on children. Unfortunately, there are too many of them out there in this bracket. So this is now a tie, guys. If anybody has not voted in this one, we're voting here between Albert Fish and Earl Brian Bradley. Something to contemplate, I guess, in Bradley's case is the fact that he wasn't just an abductor. He was somebody who was placed in a position of trust with young children as a pediatrician and used that position of power to do this to them. Whereas Albert Fish was somebody who would just go out on the street and abduct kids in an era when a lot of kids used to just kind of, it was weird, back in that era, you just have kids that would be running errands, playing in the yard on their own. A big part of the reason why kids can't, go out and play on their own these days traces back to Albert Fish. His legacy has really lived on over the generations. And there's something in it for that. J. Lucas is Nassar. Was worse than both. So we did Larry Nassar in the other half of the bracket. But if anybody hasn't voted on this one, please do. All right. Seems like it's starting to emerge here. If anybody hasn't D. Green says eating children is worse. Yeah, as far as I know, Earl Brian Bradley did not commit any cannibalism, whereas Albert Fish did. So, that's definitely a distinguisher there. Okay, if anybody hasn't voted, I'm going to give you 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds, 1.25 seconds. Okay. We're going to go with Earl Brian Bradley here. Seems to have the votes on this one and wins. Bill says, when I was a kid, there was very little risk. Kids played outside and roamed around the neighborhoods at will. Oh, man, guys. I don't know what people are going to vote on this one. More requests here. MBS versus Anthony Fauci. Jay Lucas says you eat a couple of kids and everyone thinks you are a monster. Yes, I suppose that's true. All right, MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, means he is next in line to the throne, but basically is the guy running the country right now. So he's trying to modernize Saudi Arabia, but at the same time has been accused of a lot of crimes against humanity. Among them, locking all of his political adversaries in the ballroom of a hotel where he systematically beat and abused them. That's kind of not very nice. The killing, of course, of Jamal Khashoggi, which became, a whole sort of international sensation when a journalist who was critical of MBS got pretty brutally chopped up. And of course continues to preside over a regime where crucifixions, beheadings, and the chopping off of people's hands is still commonplace here in the 21st century. Anthony Fauci, by contrast, American physician, immunologist, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, chief medical advisor to the president, of course, is responsible largely for America's response to COVID-19. And, a lot of people think he is covering something up. America was issuing grants that funded gain-of-function research, particularly in China. Anthony Fauci has basically denied that. It is possible that this disease came from a lab in China, potentially emerging from gain-of-function research. which potentially would tie Anthony Fauci and his career of bad decision-making to that sort of indirectly. He's not a Hitler, I guess, but people found him certainly kind of annoying throughout the whole COVID thing. And interestingly, he's getting a lot of votes here. Bequeathus will take hand chopping for crooks over weird injections. I don't know. Fauci was in way over his head, his big dog, during COVID-19. Well, Anthony Fauci surprisingly here has the votes, guys. So there we go. I guess it's Anthony Fauci. Okay, this is actually a very interesting one. You guys probably know about Jerry Sandusky a little bit. So I'm going to read a little bit about these guys before we open up this one, because they're both pretty interesting people. Of course, Jerry Sandusky, you guys know about him. He was a former assistant coach at Penn State under Joe Paterno. Found guilty of sexually abusing 10 boys, but actually probably abused a lot more. Had 48 charges of sexual abuse brought against him. Faces 442 years in prison. He was not only an assistant coach at Penn State, where he had a tremendous amount of power in the community, was founder of the Second Mile Charity, which was a charity for at-risk children that he basically used as a place where he would hand-pick victims for himself. He was investigated, arrested, and convicted on charges of dozens of rapes and molestations of boys spanning decades, including his own adopted son. He would conduct some just horrendously just disgusting things on kids. Have them do sleepovers at his house where he would molest them and then ultimately rape them. He raped a kid brutally in the showers of the Penn State locker room, which is ultimately the crime that got him found out about when another Penn State assistant coach saw him raping the kid anally in the shower. But just a disgusting individual who would handpick victims using this charity, over many decades. Like, he did this for decades and decades and decades. So, pretty sick individual. John Harvey Kellogg is his adversary here, which sort of a surprise entrant here, but American medical doctor, nutritionist, inventor, health activist, and businessman. Of course, he's the Kellogg guy. He was a doctor, but along the way, he dedicated the last 30 years of his life to promoting eugenics. He co-founded the Race Betterment Foundation, which is a highly racist organization, co-founded several national conferences on race betterment, and attempted to create a eugenics registry. Alongside discouraging racial mixing, Kellogg was in favor of sterilizing mentally defective persons, promoting a eugenics agenda while working on the Michigan Board of Health, and helping to enact authorization to sterilize those deemed mentally defective into state laws. He was also the biggest advocate and probably the single most influential voice in turning male circumcision into a nationwide and to some extent a global practice, and sort of cooking the books on medicine to justify it. And frankly, if it hadn't been for him, it probably would not be a practice around the country here. So he is a surprisingly significant figure, and he's also all over your cereal boxes. So I don't know. Depends what you find more odious here. The eugenics guy, who was big into kind of fetishizing circumcision, or the guy who just raped a whole bunch of kids using his position of authority. And right now, by the way, this is a direct tie. So put in your votes here. Best adult dating site, love-chat.xyz. That sounds legit. Websites that end in .xyz are usually very legit. D. Green, I'm not going to read your comment, but... oh, man. Okay. So, get your votes in, guys. This is close. This is a very close one. Let us know. Oh, this is just flipped. We got 20 votes in. I mean, Jerry Sandusky, like, raped a lot of kids. And if you've read any of the descriptions of him, I mean, it is, like, just an odious individual. I mean, just some of the things that he did. And, you know, he's denied all of it. And not only has he denied it, but he's tried to, like, victim blame extensively. He's a real monster. Like, and he would come to their schools. He would, like, basically convince their teachers to let them go with him, even when the kids were saying no. I mean, you just, like, imagine having that gross guy. I mean, just horrific. This is very close, guys. Very, very, very close. If you have not voted, and you are asleep right now, please wake up and vote on this one. This is it's a tight matchup right now. Norman, we're doing the best we can trying to give people a little bit of background on all these figures. It's hard to do that so quickly. Kellogg's disgusting beliefs influenced very few people, says Bill. I don't know, guys. I'm going to give you guys 5 more seconds. Jay Luther's sleeping. This is an exact tie right now, guys. If anybody has not voted, put in your votes right now. We need one more person to vote to break this tie. It is currently 50-50 between Jerry Sandusky and John Harvey Kellogg. Child rapist versus the eugenicist. Didn't Kellogg do genital mutilation? Yes, he did, D. Green. What time does business start tomorrow? My boss is on vacation, says Norman. I don't know, Norman. I can't explain your business. Okay, guys, we got the tie is broken now. If anybody has a vote out there who hasn't voted, vote, vote, vote. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.5, 1.25, 1. Jerry Sandusky it is. He wins with 52% of the vote. 51% of the vote. So Jerry Sandusky is the guy here. And that brings us to the final one of these play-in matchups on this side of the bracket. Then we'll get into the real heart of the matter here. So this is between Timothy McVeigh and Harry Truman. So this is really a matter of... Jeanette finally picked a winner. Congratulations, Jeanette. This is really a question of probably what you think of Harry Truman. So, Timothy McVeigh, you guys probably know him, American domestic terrorist, responsible for the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing, killed 168 people, 19 of whom were children, injured 680 other people, and destroyed 1/3 of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City. You know, bad guy, committed a big act of domestic terrorism, and killed a whole bunch of people. Now, Harry Truman has perhaps a much more complicated legacy. President of the United States, inherited the presidency from FDR, led the United States to the final stages of World War II in the early years of the Cold War, opposed Soviet expansionism, etc. The reason he is in here is because he is the only person to date in the history of the world who has launched a nuclear weapon against another country. You know, basically, if the world ever ends up perishing in a nuclear holocaust, that will certainly do a wonder on the reputation of Harry Truman. The fact that he nuked anybody, that he was willing to go to that length, puts him in unique territory among all leaders in world history. He's the only one who has ever used a nuke to obliterate, top to bottom, the entire civilian population of an entire city, and not just one city, but 2 cities. I mean, that's pretty serious stuff. A lot of people think it was, actually a good move because it actually saved lives, perhaps. But, some people look at him as perhaps one of history's greatest underrated villains. On the other hand, Timothy McVeigh committed a heinous terrorist act on American soil. There's no excuse for what Timothy McVeigh did. Harry Truman had a rationale, a pretty considered rationale, like he had options brought to him. The idea of blowing up a federal building and killing all these American civilians, simply to protest what he saw as a tyrannical government. Like, the idea that you would view blowing up like an office building in the United States as a legitimate tactic against a tyrannical government, it's hard to even get in the mind of somebody that is sort of that warped and that evil. So, we got a bunch of votes here. Anybody not voted yet? It's tight. Get the votes in. Get the votes in. I'll give it maybe 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.5. Okay, looks like there's a consensus starting to emerge here. And I'm going to go ahead and give this to Timothy McVeigh. Definitely is the winner here. So, I'm surprised Truman got that many votes, actually. All right. So, there we go. Timothy McVeigh. We'll go just a tiny bit further here, guys. We're probably not going to finish this entire bracket tonight, which is going to mean you got something to come back for here tomorrow night. But we'll go just a little bit further here tonight. So we get into some of these big dogs here. And we have... Norman says, can we change the subject to what? We got a little bit to go here. So we got Mao versus Marshall Applewhite. So we talked a little bit about Marshall Applewhite. Now, Mao was the dictator of China from 1943 to 1976, had a dream of making China a superpower, but in the process created the largest genocide in world history. He killed around 70 million people through forced labor, executions, and starvation. The litany of failures of Mao is pretty unconscionable. He was a rare combination of tremendous incompetence, tremendous sort of just like political organizing skill, and just a tremendous psychopathic fetishization for violence. Like, he loved to see people tortured and killed. He launched so many little facets of quote-unquote revolution, undermining private property rights intentionally to collectivize agriculture, basically launching a regime of agriculture in the country that starved the entire nation, building superfluous mega projects as a model for the country that ended up flooding the countryside and killing tens of millions of people. He's pretty darn awful. Mao's a bad guy. Marshall Applewhite, meanwhile, was the head of a cult and encouraged people to commit a mass suicide, which was then the largest mass suicide here in the United States. This is certainly going overwhelmingly a certain direction right now. Not super surprising here between Mao and Marshall Applewhite, but I'm curious if anybody else is going to chime in here. Certainly, right now. Oh, we got somebody. Somebody voted for Applewhite. All right. this is not going to sway a different direction right now. So Mao, of course, wins this particular facet here of the bracket. 95% of the vote goes to Mao here. So, you know, he's going to be a tough out down the stretch here. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, that was definitely a landslide. Joseph Mengele versus H.H. Holmes. So, Joseph Mengele is a pretty bad guy, too. I mean, these are all bad guys. That's the whole point. But, you know, he's up there. Another part of the Nazi regime, infamous Nazi doctor who performed medical experiments at the Auschwitz death camps. He was a medical officer with the SS, elite squad of Hitler's bodyguards, and basically had kind of total free reign to do what he wanted with some of the prisoners at Auschwitz. He supervised the selection of Auschwitz's incoming prisoners for either torturous labor or immediate extermination, shouting either right or left to direct them to their fate. Eager to advance his medical career by publishing groundbreaking work, he then began experimenting on live Jewish prisoners. In the guise of medical treatment, he injected or ordered others to inject thousands of inmates with everything from petrol to chloroform to study the chemical's effects. Among other atrocities, he plucked out the eyes of corpses to study eye pigmentation and conducted numerous gruesome studies on twins. Yeah, he's a kind of horrific doctor. He, you know, seemed to have no qualms about just like pushing mass numbers of people into like mass incineration chambers, and like there's a whole crew of people in the Nazi regime that just seem to like relish in the experience of sending people to their deaths. So he is quite awful. H.H. Holmes, by contrast, one of the very first documented serial killers in American history. He seemed to relish in torture, too. In fact, it was part of his fetish. He built a hotel specifically for the purpose of killing his guests, located near the 1893 Chicago World's Fair. He would lure guests, most of them young women, to his murder castle, where he had rigged all of the bedrooms with gas lines, soundproofing, and lime pits. He loved to chloroform women, and killed probably like well over 100 of them. He would torture and kill them, ultimately dissecting their bodies and selling their pieces to medical schools. He would usually try to gain insurance windfalls from their deaths. And he also very much enjoyed torturing people, like, extensively. Like, he would, like, trap people. Like, he would kidnap a young woman and then trap her in a hotel room, where he would leave the windows open all the time so she would be perpetually sick with a cold or the flu. And he would get a thrill out of the fact that she would be stuck inside at the same time that she had family members that he would parade down the street right outside the hotel with. Yeah, truly, like, pretty terrible guy. On the other hand, Joseph Mengele, you know, really, really awful guy as well. Nazi doctor, Joseph Mengele. So, let me know what you think here. Idi Amin is coming up, Asdi. Idi Amin is in this side of the bracket, so Idi Amin is still to play. Yes, definitely truly evil. Both of these guys are truly evil people. Big dog. You know, I can't personally corroborate the history on some of this stuff, but you know, there's enough accounts on some of this stuff that you can pretty much get the idea of these guys. So we've got an overwhelming landslide here, so I'm not going to prolong this. Looks like Joseph Mengele is the victor in this one. So there's Mengele. Okay, guys, we'll do a few more here before we call it a night. But let's do Hirohito versus Sani Al-Baka. So we haven't really talked about Hirohito yet. We did talk about Sani al-Baka, who was a tremendously corrupt leader of Nigeria that sent it spiraling into a tremendous period of poverty and destitution, brutalized his enemies, and stole 40% of the country's money. One of the worst 20th century kind of under-the-radar dictators. Meanwhile, Hirohito was Emperor of Japan during World War II, Japan's longest-serving monarch in history. The mastermind behind the whole sort of expansionist policy of Japan at the time. He is basically the emperor that sort of brainwashed the entire Japanese population into convincing themselves they needed to fight to the death in World War II. Created a tremendously kind of brutal and kind of anti-human approach to warfare. The mastermind behind something that came to be known as the Rape of Nanking, which was the capital of China. Raping the capital city of the most populous nation on the earth. It's pretty brutal. So, Hirohito. You know, we already did Hideki Tojo, who was like the political leader of Japan during World War II. Hirohito is the emperor, though. The person that people basically worshipped. Who, you know, led to the dropping of the atomic bomb because the U.S. was so concerned that if they didn't, Japan was going to be willing to kill all of its troops up until the point of the very last one out of dedication to the emperor. So, what do you guys think? The corrupt dictator from Nigeria sent the country back decades. Or is it Hirohito, the Japanese emperor during World War II? Put your votes in. Seems like relatively overwhelming consensus here, but I'm curious if that shifts around. Still time for some votes here if anybody hasn't dropped a vote in here. Vote, 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 guys. By the way, if anybody hasn't dropped a like or a subscribe on the stream, we need 2 more likes to get to 50, I believe. So, you know, it'd be nice. Not required, but it'd be nice. If anybody's been enjoying, I mean, I don't know, enjoying. It's pretty brutal stuff to quote-unquote enjoy it, but it is interesting. So, anyway, drop a like on the stream, drop a subscribe on the channel, check our description for links to our Discord, and our Duck Fund. Okay, this seems to be pretty overwhelming here, so I'm not going to belabor the point, I don't think. We're going to go ahead and let Hirohito advance here with 82% of the vote. Go Hirohito. Thanks, guys, who did just drop in a like. Thanks for this is entertaining, educating, disturbing. Thanks for nothing, says Norman. Well, you're going to have to join us again tomorrow night to finish this whole thing. But we'll do a couple more here. Okay. So, now we have a historical figure. Ivan the Terrible versus Gary Ridgway. So, Ivan the Terrible was the first Tsar of Russia. As a kid, he used to throw animals from the top of tall structures just for fun, to see them die and splatter about. He was intelligent, but had bouts of rage due to mental illness. During one, he even killed his own heir to the throne. He loved impaling, beheading, burning, strangling, frying, that's a new one, blinding and disemboweling people. Even in friends, he saw enemies. He tortured 60,000 people in the Novgorod massacre. Yes, he threw puppies from towers for fun. Doesn't get a whole lot sicker than that. You know, he's perhaps one of the most just kind of purely evil people on this entire list. You know, it's just very cruel. Sick tyrant. So he's bad. very, very, very bad. During one of his escapades to Poland, he had 1,000 prisoners brought before him every day to be executed. He would witness one execution for every minute that he was awake. So that's pretty bad. I mean, doing that's like very bad. Meanwhile, Gary Ridgway is a serial killer, American serial killer, convicted of 48 murders, but probably murdered a lot more than that. Raped and killed more than 40 women, many of whom were prostitutes or runaways. A lot of his victims were found in the Green River up in the Pacific Northwest. He would basically just rape and murder people and then throw them away. So, he's also a pretty bad guy. So, Ivan the Terrible here versus Gary Ridgway. Who do we think? Gary, fuck him, says Norman Patterson. This is a serial killer versus like a... I mean, there's a lot of old sadistic leaders. Like people in an era when life was not taken as seriously. You got to put some of these in the context of their time. But Ivan the Terrible is pretty terrible and seemed to really relish in the torturing and suffering of the people that, were part of the society under him. So, looks like this is pretty much going one way here. I'm going to go ahead and declare that Ivan the Terrible is the winner here. Congratulations, Ivan. You got 74% of the vote there. That's overwhelming. So let's go here with Caligula versus Karl Marx. So we haven't talked yet about Caligula. Caligula is very bad. Another one of these Roman guys. The third Roman emperor, ruled for 4 years. Known for feats of waste and carnage that exceeded even those of Nero, his infamous nephew. Became cruel, depraved, and vicious. He had like a serious illness that like really perverted him. Revived the treason trials of his adoptive father and predecessor Tiberius. Opened a brothel in the palace, raped whomever he wished, and then reported her performance to her husband. Imagine getting that report. Committed incest and killed for greed. He thought he should be treated as a god. He murdered his father, his cousin, his adopted son, his grandmother, his father-in-law, his brother-in-law, as well as a large number of unrelated elites and citizens. Thanks to his life of excess, he earned himself many enemies. Imagine that. Yeah, he was very, very, very bad. Probably like of all the Roman emperors, probably the most gruesome of all of them, maybe Caligula. Not only did killing become his favorite pastime, but he also concluded that he was God, and therefore should have a statue of himself erected in the Temple of Jerusalem for people to worship. This was right before Nero, so no wonder Rome burned to the ground. Just a really, really, really brutal guy. Meanwhile, we did talk about Karl Marx earlier. Karl Marx, of course, a political philosopher. So Karl Marx didn't himself kill or torture or maim anybody. And that, obviously is something we should keep in mind here. The point of this bracket is really about people who themselves did really terrible things. But, on the other hand, Karl Marx created sort of a toxic and insidious ideology that led to the revolutions of totalitarian leaders in the 20th century that resulted in the deaths of 100 million people, including Lenin, Mao, Fidel Castro, etc., etc. So, that's not very good either. But he didn't directly do it. So, Marx wrote a book, Caligula, was pretty bad. Marx is still killing people, says Bill. It's hard to do these in a way where I can be I'm trying to sort of talk about these different figures in a way that is basically even-handed. But I don't know. I'm sure, regardless of how this goes on any individual round, that some of the descriptions are, kind of sway people one direction or another. But we do what we can here. This is a pretty big list of people, so we're doing the best we can. Right now, Caligula seems to have it, guys. So this is pretty overwhelming here. We're going to go ahead and give this to Caligula with 70% or 69% of the vote. So congratulations to Caligula for being the most brutal of all the Roman emperors. Okay, somebody wanted to do this. Somebody wanted Idi Amin here. Bill's in the minority in that one. Marx had already won a playing game. So here, this is actually a very interesting one. We got Gacy versus Idi Amin. Oh man, guys. How do we do this one? Okay, so John Wayne Gacy is a very famous American serial killer. Sex offender who raped, tortured, and murdered at least 33 young men and boys. He had a real penchant for teenage boys. He is the famous clown killer. He regularly performed at children's hospitals and charitable events as Pogo the Clown or Patches the Clown. But that really wasn't related to his killings. He was a very, very, very gruesome serial killer. He was somebody that kind of really enjoyed the act of killing. I guess he had issues growing up because I guess he was gay and his father didn't want him to be gay, and he sort of was in denial. And it led to a whole sort of complex for him. And he developed this sort of enjoyment in watching somebody slowly realize they were about to die in front of his eyes. He used to put a fake siren on his car and pull over, teenagers who had just gotten their license, and then bring them back to his house and put them in handcuffs, and then just sort of slowly strangle them, twist a noose around their neck, and just sort of watch them die. He didn't like everything that happened after that, but he killed a lot of people and denied it basically to his death. Really awful, disgusting serial killer. Meanwhile, Idi Amin, chief of army staff, took control of Uganda, basically absconded control of Uganda while the president had gone to Singapore for a meeting. Promised to bring prosperity to the country, but declared himself president and became known as the Butcher of Uganda. Killed people by feeding them to crocodiles. Claimed he was a cannibal, mutilated one of his wives and rearranged her limbs. Killed and tortured around 500,000 people in the 1970s. Few people in history can say they are directly responsible for killing 500,000 people. This Ugandan dictator is one of them. His resume included human rights abuses, political repression, ethnic persecution, extrajudicial killings, nepotism, corruption, and gross economic mismanagement. It's a hell of a thing when not only are you incredibly brutal, directly killing hundreds of thousands of people under your reign, but you're also a completely incompetent leader of your country. And that was the case with Idi Amin. Now, I don't know if Idi Amin himself ever, tortured a teenage boy. But, some of the accounts of John Wayne Gacy are absolutely sickening. He's one of those guys you watch the interviews with, and he's you can't even begin to see an ounce of, kind of basic human relatability in him. Just a horrific person. Just awful. So get your votes in, guys. John Wayne Gacy here versus Idi Amin. I'm Lurking just woke up. But we're still going, I'm Lurking. We're trying to figure out the worst person in history. And we're still at it. So we've got John Wayne Gacy here versus Idi Amin. Ugandan dictator versus American serial killer. Seems to be a bit of a consensus emerging on this one. What do you guys think here? Seems like Idi Amin is emerging here. So if anybody hasn't voted, Norman is abstaining. Okay, Idi Amin, I think, has it pretty overwhelmingly here, with 71%. 70% according to that. It always changes the percentage at the end. State Department propaganda. I don't know. I don't know if the State Department has issued any statements about John Wayne Gacy. If you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. Not really. Not really on this kind of thing. Oh man, guys, this is like, okay, I don't know, I don't even know how to do this one. How do we do this one, guys? This is confusing. So we've got Judas. So Judas Iscariot was one of the original 12 apostles of Jesus Christ. Made a deal with the Jewish authorities to betray Jesus into their custody in return for 30 pieces of silver. Judas brought an armed guard to the Garden of Gethsemane and identified Jesus with a kiss. So basically turned in the Son of God for imprisonment and execution in exchange for 30 pieces of silver. A guy whose trust he had garnered. You know, bad guy. I mean, I guess depends how bad you think that was. Bernie Madoff, meanwhile, American fraudster and financier, ran the largest Ponzi scheme in world history. $65 billion he absconded with. He ran this thing for like 40 years. Meanwhile, he was the chairman of the NASDAQ stock exchange. He was like just masquerading as a completely competent financial professional. At the same time, he was literally just collecting people's money, pocketing it, and then he ran a super complicated regime where he would basically issue fake financial statements. And somehow no one discovered that the numbers didn't add up on the financial statements. Basically until the very end when he turned himself in. Yeah, he just basically pocketed people's money for generations. And he would travel around the world finding clients, and they all trusted him because he was promising them stable returns. Meanwhile, you know, Judas betrayed the Son of God and turned him in to be executed. Bernie Madoff became like the face of the Great Recession. So, interesting. Not a lot of play here for Judas so far. He put a lot of people into a destitute state, a lot of suicides, says Bill, yeah. He was definitely in favor, particularly in like the Upper East Side and Palm Beach Jewish communities. And a lot of people put a lot of trust in him because his shtick was that he never earned you like windfalls, but he would earn you a stable 10, 12% return even when there was a recession. Okay, guys, last chance on this one. We've got Judas versus Bernie Madoff. And I'm going to give it to Bernie Madoff because he has the majority of the votes here with, let's let's see, 64% of the votes over Judas. So congratulations, Bernie, for advancing. Okay, guys, this might be the last one we do here for tonight. We might have to pick this up tomorrow night. We didn't finish the bracket completely. So, let's see how we do with this one. This is Timur versus Ted Kaczynski. So, Timur, we haven't talked about yet, was a Turco-Mongol conqueror who founded an empire in modern-day Afghanistan, Iran, and Central Asia. Became an undefeated commander, very successful military commander, widely regarded as one of the greatest tacticians in history. Realizing there was profit to be made in illegal activity, he turned to petty crime. His first exploits involved rustling sheep from neighbors, and then became a bandit. And then he kind of went off the rails. He just started doing conquest for no particular reason. There was no grand purpose to his conquests, no uniting call or hope to save his people from a real threat, only a desire to loot and kill. He brought all the stolen treasure back to his hometown, killed millions of people for no reason. He would give no quarter to any of the people he conquered, women, men, or children. He gutted 90,000 Muslims on one day. He took their skulls and he erected 120 stinking towers throughout the city of Baghdad. He ordered every man, woman, and child be killed on his conquests. His troops were given a quota for decapitated heads of the citizenry to be counted. Those soldiers who did not produce the quota would lose their own heads. 28 towers of 1,500 skulls each were erected in the city before the man who recorded the act stopped the count out of disgust and horror. Roughly the entire population of 70,000 to 100,000 people in Baghdad were cut to bloody ribbons. Even the cattle, dogs, and cats of the town were put down. Skull pyramids, though not new to history, were to become one of his primary modus operandi in future conquests. He also led something called the Rape of Damascus, in which you can imagine what he did there to the entire city of Damascus. So he had a passion for conquering things, killing all their people, and creating giant, landform sculptures out of their skulls and bodies, and also a big passion for rape. So, that is not a very good guy. Ted Kaczynski, meanwhile, is the Unabomber. We talked a little bit about him. He sent a bunch of pipe bombs to people around the United States because he was bitter at the advance of technology while living a primitive life in northern Montana. So, clearly, people seem pretty convinced here by the crimes of Timur. Let's see, any other votes here on Timur? Seems to be getting a pretty overwhelming share to this point in the vote. So, any other thoughts here on Timur? All right, we're going to give it to Timur here. And I think that is where we're going to pause here for the night. So we've taken this pretty far. We've gotten more than halfway through. We're probably about 65% of the way through this bracket. So this is going to be the next matchup for tomorrow to start thinking about. So we've been going for a while here. Thanks for the Ducks, Nightbot, MMH, and Rainmaker. So this will give people something to come back for. We know half the bracket. We know half the bracket is Hitler's. Hitler won the first half of the bracket. We still don't know who's going to come out of the second half of the bracket here. We've got a few more names to introduce people to. And then just, some matchups to play out. So this will be good as it plays out. So guys, you got to mark your calendars. We're going to be back tomorrow night. We've got to finish this bracket. Bill wants us to reseed the whole bracket, I guess. I don't know, guys. If we have to reseed the whole thing and run it again, you guys might get kind of tired of it. I don't know. It's kind of kind of interesting. Right? I thought about trying to do a whole side on dictators and a whole side on serial killers. The numbers kind of weren't exactly working out, so it became random. And random is kind of interesting. So we'll think about that the next time we do a bracket of dictators and serial killers. MMH, glad you like the bracket nights. Yeah, it's been a long night, guys. I knew this was going to take a while. So we'll pick it back up and figure out who is going to ultimately win this. So you gotta come back. Do appreciate the likes and the subscribes on the bracket here tonight, though, guys. I hope this is at least informative. You know, some brutal stories here. Maybe not enjoyable to hear about them, but interesting nonetheless. And, you know, drop a like, drop a subscribe. Check the description for links to our Discord and our Duck Fund. Appreciate the engagement on the Discord. If people want to, you know, continue chatting about this, you know, we'll do that on the Discord. The Duck Fund, of course, is the PayPal link. If people want to help support the stream, we certainly appreciate the contributions there as well. So we got a few more matchups to get through tomorrow night, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Like, we're gonna find out who's the worst person in history, and I don't know what that means at the end of the day. They don't really deserve a trophy for that, do they? Anyway, much better than Heatwave deadpan comedy, says Jay Luther. Okay. Well, appreciate the work of our mods tonight, guys. We've had, you know, pretty good conversation, but I certainly appreciate the work of our mods, keeping everything in line, as always. Certainly appreciate all the various feedback and commentary here, guys. You know, always appreciated. And all the voting. You know, I know it's a lot of voting, but maybe interactive is good sometimes. So, we'll have a little bit more interactive tomorrow night. We'll get to the bottom of the end of this. And then what? I'm not sure. You'll miss most of it. Well, you can go back and watch big chunks of it. But if you come back tomorrow night, we'll finish it off. And we know Hitler's going to be in the final game. Hitler won the other side of the bracket. He beat Stalin in a chalk matchup in the Final Four. So Hitler is in a championship game, we know. Who Hitler will face, we're not sure. I'm curious if there's anybody on this side of the bracket that can defeat Hitler. So, guys, it's very late. We went for a while. Tomorrow night, we'll come back sometime between 11 and midnight Eastern time tomorrow night. So tonight we came on a little bit after 11. Normally we come on a little bit after 12, again, Eastern time. So apply to your local jurisdictions. Okay, guys. I think that's about it. I think Big Dog was the winner tonight. Again, thanks to our mods. Thanks to everybody else for the conversation. Like, subscribe, Discord, Duck Fund. This is Land. It ain't just speculation, and for now I hope you guys all have a good night.